Morning, everybody. How are we doing? It is good to see you. Let's do this, and then this. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? It is great to see you. Good morning to all of you. There are a couple of stream changes that you will see. Let me know if anything isn't working as you would expect it to. I just need to pop YouTube chat out, so let me go and welcome the YouTubers in, because they're, there for the glue. The glue tubers are very important. That's ultimately where we harvest the glue from. We have to get the glue from somewhere, chat. It's not free, and there are plenty of YouTubers to go around. I don't want to alarm anyone, but it's just the most efficient use of the people that we can do. Good morning to all of you. I will go through and do the good mornings in just a second. I'm just getting my UI set up so that it's not a total I'm lying to you. It is in fact total chaos. But total chaos we can work with. There we go. Thank you, Windows Power Tools. Good morning to all of you. Is that Gluegenics? It might be Gluegenics. We haven't quite worked that one out yet, and I wouldn't want to, attest to it in a court of law. Good morning to all of you over here on Twitch. How are you doing? God, there's lots of names. Great to see all of you. There we go. There we're at the start. Good morning to Sabu, Was It, a Vendor, Lero Checker, to Lord Kev, CS King Barbar, a Vendor, thank you very much for that tier 1 sub, buddy. 5 months. Absolutely great of you. It is always a pleasure to see you, bud. Good morning, Candice. Good morning, Caraday. Good morning, Pan, James Brown, and Lukewarm. Old man Tony with a 55 watch streak. Fantastic. Great job. Good morning, Chorus. Good morning, Tony. Good morning, Small Mite. You've lost your pants. Unfortunate, James Brown. Please, this is actually a pants wearing zone. Please be careful. Good morning, Small Mite. Lukewarm Skelly, 55 watch streak. Good God, man. Good God. When can you complain? We'll talk about inflation in a minute, don't worry. It kind of says only 1 day a year when acceptable put on a diaper and shoot arrows at people. Verbiter, that is on you. Ultimately, you've inferred that there is only 1 day where that's appropriate. I raised to you the fact that there are actually many days of the year where it's appropriate, depending on your location, to put on a diaper and shoot arrows at people. You just need to be faster than the police force who are going to be sent out to catch you. Or, potentially the handlers deployed from the local asylum. All part of your wider plan. Hello, good morning, Balthazar. Good morning, Goblin Scout. Good morning, John O'Clock. Good morning, Temperius. How are you guys today? Good morning, Wig Diddley. Good morning, Sax Heel. Thank you for the redeem of the extra Daily Bailey. As you've seen, I've been doing many of them, Caraday, but I will do that. I will hydrate. Thank you, Lukewarm. Just seen that too. Bob's indeed streaking in chat. Be very, very careful. Don't let the pitch security catch you. Good morning, Sir Narks. Good morning, Indie Rat. Thank you for redeeming the counter, James Brown. We're counting. Hello, Alpha. Starting soon. You were just in time. I've now given myself a timer so that I get to the damn point sooner, and you guys get the content that you want, which is, important. Good morning, Vendor. Hello, everybody. I think I've said hello to most people. If I haven't, I do apologize. There are quite a few names, and my brain is only so good. Good morning, Sindri. Good morning, Luther. Good morning, Capsaholic. Good morning, Spectre. How are you doing? About 40 hours. You've gotten your first Ornithopter. Proud of you, bud. We are in game. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it. I'm glad that you got the copy in the giveaway. They'll never catch you. I mean, that's a very strong claim. In fact, no, I need Luther to make me one of these. Luther, I require my German crafting bit. Crafting expert. One second. Let's do this. I want to make sure I'm... John O'Clock, thank you very much for the 500 cheer. I'm hoping you guys heard the noise as well, because that was hilarious. This is all part of my cunning plan. Thank you very much for the 500 bits there, John O'Clock. You didn't hear the clicking sound. You didn't hear the click. Why did I hear the click? Okay, if I do Stream Deck, I updated you yesterday. What do you mean? Oh, install. Okay, install update. Scammed. Well, theoretically, actually, that basically means that I scammed myself. My basic plan was there's like a dog clicker. My basic plan is to train chat into giving bits by using a dog clicker sound every time you guys give bits. The problem is that if only I can hear it, now chat can train me with bits. So I've fucked up a little bit. I've missed a vital step, which is that chat can hear the training that I've created. God damn it, past Kronos. You were so proud of yourself yesterday. Okay, hang on. How loud is this? How loud is that one? You go out as SFX. So if I do this, did you hear that, chat? Did you hear the clickers? There is a limit on it. Who's a good chat? Who's a good chat? Who's a good chat? You didn't hear it. So what you're saying is we need to be louder. Go up by 50%. Who's a good chat then? Good chat. Like that? It needs to be louder. Who's a good chat? How about we do it 69%? There we go. Good job. Okay, let me configure the volume, like the threshold at which it does it, because it appears that it's only doing it at a certain value threshold. That's very funny. What was that? That's under pipping, etc. Edit. That's the alert box. Okay, here we go. Tip alert settings. It should be 100 bits is the minimum for it. But I need to let me finish setting it up first, because I also need to make it so that when you do it, it plays the sound for you rather than me playing the sound for you. So that means I go to StreamerBot. Who's a good chat? Chat, wait for a second. Good job. Your dogs keep sitting down. That's hilarious. I'll stop. It's horrible. Okay, did you guys hear that? Or did only I hear that? If I do this. Sorry, chat. I knew that there'd be something that I'd broken. Give me a second. You didn't hear that? You didn't hear the TTS? That's chat tab. That's a separate thing entirely. Let's do this one. Settings, properties. Right, let me simulate. Let's emulate a Okay, so amount 5. So that didn't come through from... Why is that audio not playing from here? Settings? Sorry, chat, bear with me. That play on... You can resend what you just did? I think I probably can, yeah. Just bear with me. Sorry, chat. I'm very new to this, and I'm playing around with how this all works. That should have played sound, so why didn't it? I want to control the audio via OBS, but it might be because the browser source isn't pulling the audio, it's only pulling... If I simulate this now, does this work? Emulate... Event. If this doesn't work, chat, I'll switch to doing this off stream and I'll do something different. Right, so if you guys want to know what's going on with the whole daily Bailey inflation, it's because I just started doing more extra daily Baileys. Okay, so if I do this, now I try it, emulate. I don't know why it's playing in my Stream Elements overlay creator, but it's not playing in OBS, so the sound isn't getting through. I've had speakers, so I'm not using speaker off this. I'm trying to get the TTS passed directly from Stream Elements into OBS, bypassing SpeakerBot. Because that way I haven't got to get StreamerBot to read the TTS message to pass that to SpeakerBot. I can not. It plays in the browser completely fine, but I don't know why it's not pulling the audio across properly, which is my issue. I think I just got safety logged from the game. Corey timed out. Nice. It's just what I've even got the sound added at minus 14 decibels. I just can't make it play a sound or basically detect a sound through it. See, I can hear it. It plays in the browser, but it doesn't pass it across to the browser element that I've added into OBS. I do not like this. As you can tell, I do not like OBS. Okay, let's go back to do some of this for a second while I ever think about it. I can disable the UI elements temporarily while I think about how I make this work. We'll have a think, but this works now. Look at this, look, it's all of you guys. There's white text, black text, or black text with a white background. Look at this. I can poke Wig Diddley, look. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Fair point. Probably should move where the song thing is. Good shout, Wig Diddley, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Currently playing, let's just move this. Like that. Forgot how to do the clicker after command. I can still make it play for you guys. I like how it slides in from the wrong side now. That's very funny. You can't miss it when it does that. Let's see. I like that. There we go. I hope you guys can see that when I do that. If you do song now, it should be much more fun. Yes, sire, what do you wish? The click is triggering you so hard. Now I know which ones of you have dogs and listen to things on speakers. You were lightly scolded for making your Thopter before a bug eat, Saxiel. That's exactly the Kronos way. I'm proud of you. Why go on ground when sky work? Why would I go on? There's worms on the ground. There's no worms. Well, there shouldn't be worms in the sky, just to be clear. Okay, so for what will happen now will likely be that if you donate $5, then for today, it'll bug out and click for me only. And I'll have to work that one out off stream. So that's real neat. Let me go and re-enable that so that you guys can have fun with messing with me for the day. And I can go to live and I can do this. And then I can turn that off because you guys don't need to see yourself in chat. You know, YouTube know that they exist. Theoretically, anyway, in every single timeline. Yeah, Ethan Blotz, we are playing, what's it called? Dune Awakening. It's in the title of the stream, although if you're on mobile, it won't tell you that because, you know, YouTube is real helpful like that. Although, so is apparently Microsoft Windows. That's better. When I say always on top mode for a chat window, it should do that, right? Thank you very much, John O'Clock. Do that. Hello. Hi. Did you hear something going on and you were excited? Is that what it was? Okay, let me move the camera so that chat can see the Bailey. Until you inevitably try jumping back up on the desk, which is your new favorite thing to do. Where is the cable, Bailey? There it is. And then we'll have a cat cam for chat, the chat cam. Thank you very much, John. John, thank you for the 100 bits. You are a legend. Why is the cat cam so far over? Hello, yeah. We're very distracted today, aren't we, Bailey? Yes, we are. The one true streamer is here. Yes, hi. Yeah, you're a good baby, aren't you? You want the butt scritches? Yeah, you do. Okay. You're training me to get bee chicken. It seems to be working. He's very excited, as you can tell. He says, would you guys like to be his Valentine? That basically means you have to bring him chicken and give him a head rub. That's how that works. Are you okay with that, chat? I feel like most of you are going to be okay with that kind of trade-off. It's kind of a fair deal. Well, that's a little bit slow. You're a good boy, aren't you? You're such a baby. So for those of you who might not know, this is Bailey. He's my grumpy son. He's now adopted, rather than just fostered. And he gets whatever he wants when he wants it. That's how this goes. Do I regret that? No. Also, big shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. Good to see you this morning. Hello. I am pleased that the promo on Stream Elements is it's very distracting, John, but thank you. It's working. It works. We know it works. It's a great way to interrupt me midway through like a rant about something is to do that. That's going to be that I've unfortunately given you guys too much power. We might need to remedy this. I've got a spare adaptive Holtzman now. No, I will need to make one at some point. I need Luther to make stuff for me at some point. You didn't hear it? That's the point. I've not got it set up so it's not working properly for you guys to hear it. It's only playing for some reason in the browser, in the browser window where you can design overlays for Stream Elements. It isn't carrying across for some reason to the actual overlay where that browser source is being imported into OBS for some reason. You hear it? What do you mean what? You did hear it? Hey, that did work. What? How? I didn't change any. Yeah, that did work. Therefore, if you do a donation, it should also work on TTS. Because it's the same sound input. That definitely played. You definitely heard that. Who's a good chat? Good job. Thank you very much, John O'Clock. Thank you very much for the 150 bits. Is this when you tell streamer you could always hear it? That's hilarious. You didn't hear good boy. Good boy, Alpha. Good job. Good job. Good chat. Not all of chat is boy or girl or in between, so I'm going to go with good chat because you're all chat. But these are the messages from Bailey. That's how that works. Every bit goes towards Bailey's ongoing love and improvement of his health. That's basically how that goes. Same with the tips, really. I want to build a so I've got a stairway that kind of does it goes in it's like in the corner of a room, so it goes like halfway up and then turns. I want to create either a ramp that goes up one side of it on the the inside so that he can run up and down it more easily. Or I would like to put like a cat wall up so that he can travel up and down with that. because I'm noticing that, especially like if he's been sleeping for a long time, he doesn't like the curve of the how steep the stairs get at a couple of points, I think, at times. Yeah, it's TBS. Talk to, well, no, TTB. Talk to Bailey. How do augmentations work? The augmentations are really quite simple. Let me do this. Let me go to where we keep our augmentations. So augmentations can be unlocked by, if you are in the crafting tree, you unlock the gun one immediately. This lets you have an augmentation. So in your guns, that will look like these kind of little yellow slots. A filled augmentation slot looks like this. I've got an increase to damage on the black market las gun here. That's what augmentations do. Those augmentation items are obtained by running the new overland dungeons, which are...
John O'Clock DK tipped £5. Who good boy?
Thank you, John. What a legend. Bailey, you don't... Hi. Okay, well, Bailey was so grateful at the talk to Bailey that he jumped up to write a response. He wants to tell you about Intel. That's what he wants to tell you about. He wants to tell you about researching schematics from the research menu. I didn't even see you charging up. You're a little goblin, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You're getting so happy. That's also not a... That's not low. That's a 75 centimeter desk. Bailey, you're 16 years old. Sorry, I was... Augmentations. You get them by running overworld dungeons, and they look a bit like this. So you'll get, for armor, you'll get this gun one, which increases its armor value. You'll get range ones for guns, so like, you know, barrel extender for the range, capacity for more ammo capacity. You know, excuse me, more damage from heavy caliber. So this is what the augmentations do. You obtain them from the overworld dungeons, which are the darkness, lightning, fire, poison, and radiation dungeons, which were introduced on the overworld map as part of the new DLC. And after you run them, you'll get these kind of schematic components, and for various grades, so grade 1 is what we've got lots of here. These are then used for each item. So, for example, the armor that I'm wearing, this suit actually has a reinforcer on it. Bailey, that's the keyboard. You don't sit on that. No. Bailey. No. Come on. Thank you. No, that's the keyboard. You don't sit on that. That's mine. That's where I sit. Are we going to have to get you on camera so chat can see that you're being naughty? Chat's going to be really upset to be able to see you in, you know, close quarters like this, aren't they? I need to lower the speed of the guy speaking the text. I can do that. Tip alert. Bailey, excuse me. No, let's not let you do that. Let's do this. You can lie out flat, but I don't want you lying across the keyboard. Okay, apparently Bailey likes the new changes to the stream. He likes tips. That's what I've learned here. He's a big fan of the new tipping feature. So, you know, this is good going. Hi. You can't have my keyboard. No. Thank you. Yeah, you can go and lie on your heat mat, and I will even turn it on for you. Okay. He doesn't want his own keyboard. What he actually wants is just my attention and for me to turn on the heat pad. So I've just turned the heat pad on for him. Now he wants me to give him attention. One of the things I want to get sorted this weekend coming, it was going to be this weekend, but I had to go do some stuff on Saturday. Valentine's Day, who's heard of that? Sorry, Project Desk. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give a shout out to Mike. His surname actually wasn't Hunt. That's actually the premarital surname of his mother. It's actually Mike Business now. As in, it's Mike Business if I ban you or not. Yeah, this is the small monitor. Yeah. That monitor up there is the anti-Bailey jumping on top of the computer monitor, which isn't plugged in. That's purely there so that B doesn't jump up and try and sit on top of the nice warm computer with a power button. Boop. Not the one. Not the one. Yeah, so this is the Stream Deck here with the dials, the Stream Deck Plus. This lets me control things like the Spotify volume, the game volume, Discord volume, and my microphone volume on these dials that you can see down here. And I've got a few commands for like the scenes here. So I can, this actually doesn't work. This one should let me pause the music, but it doesn't actually work. But I can mute and deafen myself here. I can change some OBS stuff here. This one's my OBS. This one is for you guys. This one down here is for stream stuff, like this.
Lizard.
Or...
Chronosuppies!
Or I'm fairly sure... Yeah, this one posts the Twitch link to the Twitch community guidelines. As you can see, that's the Twitch article for the safety community guidelines. Mostly because I hang out in streams all the time and I had to be like, Vicky, here you go. Here's the Steam community guidelines. Take a minute. Take a minute. What does this one do? That one doesn't do anything. These ones do this. There's no need to be upset. There's some need to be upset. This one shows what the drops used to be, the last drops that I had set up. This one is...
Oh, good lord.
That's Luther complaining about me. Perfect. You know, all things have good balance. Yeah, so we're getting there. We're actually finally having, you know, a stream set up that has some memes involved and isn't just me being the memes. This doesn't look right. I'm going to be honest with you. This looks like a UI bug. Okay, we fixed it by exiting the UI. Any plans on making a tutorial for augmentations? I don't plan to, but I could. I don't know if there's the need for it. I think the system is reasonably self-explanatory, but if it's not, then I'm happy to probably record one at some point. That's to go spice suppression. Okay, that's what that keybind does now. Yeah, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Apparently the Dune drops aren't live because there are no drops at the moment. But ignore that. So ignore that. Thor called me undemocratic. That's all part of Thor's, you know, plan to try and rile up the populace against a common enemy, when in fact you should be looking at the voting practices engendered and utilized by the supreme authority that is the management of the galaxy in that game. If anything, their thinly veiled democracy is in fact making a meme of the sacrifice that innocent Helldivers have been making for dozens, if not thousands, of various combats. So if anyone's undemocratic, it's going to be, unfortunately, the supreme authority. Super Earth, not so super after all. Would be better if it was British. Have they got cultural artifacts? No, they keep losing them. Tough. We are short on Holtzman actuators, Tier 2 variant. Doing alright on some of the green stuff. We're a little bit short on plasteel microfiber flora. Okay. We're also very low on industrial pumps still. Fine on compressors. Military power regulators we're short on. So we're basically short on all of the end-game materials. Well, all of the extra materials. I say short. Comparatively short. You know, having 1,000 rangefinders isn't actually that short, but it's just comparative to everything else. Diamondine dust we're getting low on. Not low on the armor plates, but we're also not hugely rich on them. Very low on sand trout leathers. Fine on plates. No problem on plates. And tubing we're short on. Okay. Super Earth is the greatest. The UK doesn't even exist in Helldivers. Then how can it be the greatest? Where is everyone keeping their museum artifacts? They're just trying to distract you from the fact that they've destroyed them all in their ceaseless wars and bombing. Okay, so we are going to need to make sure that we are doing that. However, we have a larger priority of things to do today. Because some of you will remember that something very important happens on a Monday night. That's right. It's the UK's annual gathering of squirrels and raccoons that gather at Stonehenge to plan how to fight the Druid menace. Yeah. Other than that, it's also Coriolis Storm Night. Oh, the ads will be here in 1 minute. That's very good timing, actually. The ads will be here in a minute, chat. As you know, I encourage you all to look after yourselves during the ads, to get yourself some water, to make sure that you are stretching your legs, etc. I will see if I can fix some of the things that are broken on my UI and overlays to work through stuff. But that's only going to be 3 minutes. As a reminder, that's what we use to get rid of pre-rolls. But he does indeed want it, but he's also settling down because he's just in fact had chicken. But thank you, John O'Clock, for that. Very, very kind. I should realize that I'm definitely going to accidentally train myself here at the same time with bits. But I'm glad that's working for everyone. And it's also, I'm hoping that's not too loud. Wait, Diddley, that's a, yeah, don't take pieces of artifacts like that. Like, don't take pieces of the Berlin Wall. Don't take, you know that in the Victorian era, it was normal for, like, rich people to go on an experience where they could take a hammer and chisel and take a piece of Stonehenge. Absolutely disgusting. Don't do that. No, leave them there. Leave them there to be a monument to history. You find things like, you know, bullet casings and stuff in, you know, World War I fields and stuff, that's fine. But you wouldn't like loot a tomb, for example. You know, you wouldn't disgrace the cenotaph. Like, it's about, you know. It's not too loud? Sweet, thank you. But yeah, the ads will be here in just a moment. So look after yourselves. It could be a little bit louder. I'll tweak it over time. I don't want to rush into it. I don't want to annoy people with it too early. Because ultimately it is only 100 bits, which is actually quite cheap to have a noise that everyone, you know, in chat will hear. Yeah, but Caraday. Oh, there you go. There are the ads. I'll be right back. Hi, Bailey. You're okay. You're a good boy. You baby. Who's a nice cat? Yeah. Okay, you pinning my arm down because you don't want pets. You want me to let you rest. I'm going to give you a brush later, aren't I, B? That's the plan. It's Brushy Brush Mondays. Well, welcome back, chat. As we arrived at our destination, we were disconnected, which is very, very rude. Given that I think we were flying over the worm. So, great. Luke, thank you so much for that reset, buddy. 9 months, 9 month streak. Absolutely amazing of all of you to have been here right from the start. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Good morning, PC Tech. How are you doing? Okay, look, well, look, this is the safest crash landing we've ever had in Dune. I'm going to be honest with you. We made it. That's mission failed successfully. Like, that is literally the definition of that. What do you mean an incoming treasure train? What? Why, Twitch? Why you no tell me this? What do you mean? An incoming treasure train? Oh, yeah. For those who don't know what treasure train is, treasure train means that once you've got one of those started from level 5 onwards, I believe it is, or maybe level 2 onwards, it's 35% off on 5 or more gift subs. So absolutely insane timing. Thank you, Twitch. That's kind of weird. I think that's our second ever treasure train. Kind of wild. So that might mean more artifacts. It will also mean more emotes, because I need to get more emotes commissioned. So the more that we can get on, the more kind of cheers and stuff that can get sorted, the more we can do on subs, the more emotes we can get. So that is a thing, and I'm very much appreciative of all of you. Noob, I am indeed a noob, Jed Daniel Labasso. Yes, I'm only level 200 in June. Yes, and I'm also a noob streamer because I only started streaming 9 months ago. Indeed, so in every way you are correct. I am a noob. Yes, the noobiest. Level 200 noobs are very common inside this game. We don't know what we're doing or what we're talking about at any given time. John O'Clock, thank you for coming in with the gift subs. 2 tier 1s. And then also, oh my god, okay. To bring it up to a treasure train, then old man, okay, this is going to get confusing. John O'Clock, thank you very much for the gifts up to 1-Bit Fox and NPC Max. What a kind thing to do. And then kicking off the treasure train, old man Tony with 5 gifts up to Sleepy Plays, Leah Demon Slayer, Meggy VT, The Real Miracoon, and Nikeni. Thank you very much, old man Tony. You are awesome. It's really, really kind. John O'Clock, and then coming in with gifts up to Avon Highwind, Lil Miss Cthulhu, Beast Mode, Scaper, Regoil, Largo Sensei, Julius, Bobster, biochemical engineer, and Michael Osterberg. Thank you very much, John O'Clock. 10 gifts. That's for a total of 363, which is amazing. Thank you very much, John. You're incredibly kind. What a lovely way to start the week. And then Sindri coming in with 10 tier 1 subs as well for a total of 301. For Diesel in My Beer, Catalina Wine Mixer, nice. The Real Pearl Mania, Ember One, Jim Sum, Canico Bunny, Zoological Gopher, Carbon Glitch, Silver Suki, and Nosdi the Kobold. Very, very kind of you, Sindri. Thank you so much. At some point, I think probably on or around my birthday, I will likely do it so that everyone who's over like 250 gift subs, I'm going to write their name in pencil on the blue screen wall. Because I've worked out if I do that in pencil, it's small enough that the camera can't detect it, and therefore the blue screen's for like size basically doesn't like mean that it's not there, but it's still visible for me on the wall. So I think that's what I'm going to do in March. For those of you who might be wondering, because you guys have supported me so much for several months. Not legal name. I'll put your username up on the wall, and your social security number if you're American, because that's easy to find now. Sorry, Americans. But yeah, that's the kind of thing I want to do, because ultimately I couldn't do this and I couldn't have made these changes and like done this stuff and created this content without you guys as a whole. So like, I've got a whole wall. Like if I do this, and I go over to here. If I turn these off, you can see the whole wall is blue. So like, if I write your names in here on pencil, it won't actually show up unless I zoom in on it. So I'd like to be able to write the people who support stuff on here, which is really nice. Like, I'd like to be able to do that because I've got the whole wall all the way across into the corner, and most of the way that way, or if I finish the painting job, I can definitely have it all the way into the corner. So I just kind of want to do that at some point to thank you guys, because ultimately, like, it's huge. You guys do a huge deal to support me, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. Anyway, sorry, let me keep going with these subs. I was just trying to fix something in OBS for a second there. Thank you very much to Caraday for the 10 tier 1 subs, to JB Brother, Movu, Zenova, Striker, Bulgarius, Velociband, Pocket Oracle, Ghost in the chat, to Benjamin and Dendry Partol, James Brown with 50 gift subs. Jesus, dude. Thank you so much for that. To Mr. Vion, to G Kane for life, to Potzor, to Gricey, to Sarkis Mus Rex, to Enrico, to Beak Mull, to Vito Corleone, to Creepella Deville, to Cerebos. Vito Corleone's a great name. Good job with that one. To Knackrict, sir. Okay, that's a hard one to say. The Will of Texas, to Cluck, to It's Nagusa, Chaotic Good J, It's Me Hawaii, Murloc Grim, Fox Darts, VM Noah, Puny Dragon, Mighton 86, Dream Diva, and Builderguard. James Brown, thank you so much. Let me keep going through these. Oh, thank you, James Brown, for the gift sub to Sound OG, ACD Arrow, Realm of Eternity, Bobzilla, Linksyfinge, to Masakomi, Dragonfire, Verbiter, Bendercat, Phoenix, Ispot, Programmer's Port, Rollback Martian, Gotch Coda, Dead to Right Fury, Mazaroth, Goody, Moorbrand, Zelzia, Drowy, Taz Devil, oh god, Poga Ionom, to Llewellyn, to Otison, to Jury, and to Arenjaran. Thank you so much, James Brown, you mad lad. Holy shit. Thank you so much, buddy. Durstalk coming in immediately afterwards with 25 gifts, that's for a total of 90. Thank you so much, Durstalk. To Soapy Spaghetti. Oh, Soapy Spaghetti. Really? Oh, sorry. That's a very emotive name. To Wanna Killer, to MT Husker, to Farley, to Ghoshade, Newspaper, Lockoff, Jet Fuel and Steel, Basil Brush, Friar Bundy, Gork DeViti, Kane for Kane 2K Finn, Daxiel, Sab, Bullseye Bob, Muddesig, Sigil, Tiberian Mazgrath, to King Goni, to Mask of Cruz, to TRPL MZ, to Big Red Bear, Idiosyncratic, to Nonch, to The Grinch, and to Nick Knack Snake. Thank you so much, Durstalk. I need to drink something. You guys are absolutely insane. I know that I'm like 4 minutes behind in chat as well, so I apologize. I'm reading things. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Can you put Bal's name in big bold letters? I'm gonna put Bal's name down like I know 30 times. Like, it's gonna be insane. Gundorf, thank you for the. It doesn't even tell me how many subs this is. 10 subs. It's afterwards. Thank you. Thank you for the gift subs to Kiddo, to Ski, the Crazy Rhino, Erect Parrot. Wow. Dan was taken. Christopher Yee, Myra, Morlis, Orbis Dormiter, Ken Dozer. Thank you so much, Gundorf. You're an absolute legend. Elclaw, thank you for the 9-month resub. Very, very kind of you. You are awesome. Hello, Just Eric over on YouTube. I am slightly behind. I'm catching up. I apologize. J. Dinifar, I will read that out in a minute because I very much agree with you, and that's actually really good. It's a really good point to make. I want to talk about that. So thank you over on YouTube. Christopher Yee didn't indeed get a sub, was it? Thank you very much again for that, Gundorf. It was super kind of you. James Brown, thank you for gifting a sub to Thor, so he knows that this channel exists, in case he wasn't already aware. Did I have 2 streams running, one for mobile displays? Yes, I do. Not did, do. There should also be a vertical setup as well. If it's working, that is. If it's not working, I apologize profusely. I'm still learning how to do some of this stuff. So then Alpha, 10 tier 1 subs, total of 63. Thank you so much, buddy, for the gifts to Yumi Buzu, to El Crabs, Divine Kingdom, Vex Conquest, Sargon the Mad, Yato Hano, Yillith, Hellheart, Sass and Ass, and Magic Hippie. Sass and Ass is a great name. Good job. Thank you very much, Alpha. Very, very kind of you. You guys are absolutely amazing. Philiap, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, 3 months, buddy. I hope that you are doing well. Good to see you. Thank you so much again for everything that you do for Vicky, Phil, by the way. It's very, very kind. I want to let you know that you're massively appreciated, Phil. This is a recent message because I'm unoriginal. Have I ever considered getting a mullet? I haven't. I'm like I said, I when it got to the end of corporate, I had my haircut on the 30th of March 2025, and I was like, I'm just gonna let it grow until I'm bored of it. And I've learned a lot of stuff actually, having had it longer. For a start, I very much understand why women tend to prefer to have showers in the morning, because drying your hair in the evening after a long day of work and having done all of the stuff like brushing your hair, showering it, like washing it, if you're gonna do shampoo and conditioner, then having to like dry it as well with like tangles and knots and stuff, that's an absolute pig. That's awful. I now have an awful lot of empathy and understanding for something that beforehand I kind of implicitly understood, but not practically understood myself. So I just kind of let it grow. Yes, Jess Eric, I do, yes. Is it now? Well, it's my first time setting up that there's actually a different layout if you're on vertical. On vertical now, you should get the middle slice of the screen and then me above them if you're on mobile. I need to work that canvas around a bit because I don't think it's perfect yet, but it's the start of me trying to do a bit better with my stream, like in the layout and everything that we're doing with it, because, you know, I've kind of stagnated a little bit with it, and during December and January I wanted to really do more but couldn't. So I've done things now like, you know, obviously I've set up a better overlay of, you know, followers, subscribers, etc. You guys now correctly get, you know, a nice shout out at the top, so, you know, the latest tipper, the latest subscriber, and the latest cheer are all shown. I think that's really nice and fair. If I want to, I can do this now as well and show chat. So we've got a white chat, we've got chat that's in black, and we've also got a chat that's in grey, and I can actually have all of them on at once, which gets really confusing, but actually kind of works not very well. I think so far, for Dune at least, the white chat works the best. You guys are amazing. 136 subs in total for that. Thank you guys so much. Level 21 at 23% is our record. That was level... Which, come on. The only information that's cut off. Level 13, 27%. You guys are awesome. 136 gift subs, 250 bits. You are all incredible. Thank you so much. Honestly, I couldn't do this without you guys. So thank you again. Twitch seems to have a habit of giving us those trains very early on in the stream, which is very interesting. I wonder if there's a time zone component, because there are fewer streamers on. They do more treasure trains. It would be interesting because obviously EU Prime doesn't start up until around 4 p.m. my time, and then Americans are only just about waking up, because who would want to be awake that early? Jeez. I believe I was the queen that I'm meant to be. Yeah, I mean, I need to go rewatch K-pop Demon Hunters because it's just a great film. Sorry, you won't actually be able to see the full UI for this. Let me do this. There's currently a bit of an issue with the ultra-wide setup, so that vehicle inventories for some reason open on this side of the screen. So when I open this up, it won't show to you normally, but this is what I'm seeing. You only see the kind of the half of it. You can't see my my actual backpack. Look at how flat we can make the sandcrawler. You can flat pack the components to make them all fit in one small location. You haven't been awake all night? Yeah, but your time zone is definitely prone for those who you know, That's the problem. Like, if you're in the US time zone, you're in the end of it. Like, you sometimes wake up, or you sometimes go to bed when the Europeans are up, and it's very easy to get distracted by what the Europeans are doing. I did not get to use this anywhere near as much as I thought I did, mostly because Mugenics was so much fun. Oh my god. Like, ridiculously fun, I'm gonna be honest. Couldn't be me getting distracted. Yeah, that would never happen, honestly. And I think that any kind of hint that I would get distracted is actually very insulting. Now, there should be 2 Liter Johns somewhere knocking around. I thought I had left them in containers. I have. Okay, so only 10 liters of water is actually going to get lost by us dismantling the base. That's fine. I can live with that. Very much live with that. I wonder, however. I've not used one of these before. When do I get braids? I can plait someone else's hair, but the idea of when you plait someone else's hair, you're doing it on this side. It's kind of easy. The motions make sense right in front of you, but doing it behind, that just seems complicated. Especially, well, that's how I've learned. I've done girlfriend's hair for them in the past and stuff. It's one of the nice things that, you know, we kind of do together sometimes. If she's had a hard day, you know, of work or whatever, sometimes I'll give her a hand and I'll just dry her hair for her so she doesn't get to like rip it apart in chunks with stuff. Did my hair grow? It did. It did. It does that. I could ask, but I don't see why not. Like, it's only hair. Like, let's go. I don't think you can make the Solido replicator without a fabricator. No, you need a fabricator for it. So we are going to need to make one of those, potentially. Fabricator. And then we go Solido. Am I good at PC specs? Would love to hear your opinion on the new PC I ordered. I will give you my opinion. I'm always happy to give my opinion. Whether you should listen to it, that's up to you. I've built my own PCs for the last 15 years. I've bought presets and then added to them. For the last couple of PCs I've bought a preset and then added bits to it. Like, you know, I've put my own graphics card in, or I've upgraded the RAM that they would provide to have something that's a bit better than what they were going to do by default. Because that saves time a lot on the whole preset side. That's become my primary method, at least in the interim. Okay, let's have a look. You've got Intel Core Ultra 7 processor, 265KF, 2 terabytes, 32 gigabytes, DDR5. Okay, so the RAM, I'm assuming, cost you, like, you know, both your kidneys. 5070. Yeah. Oh, you got the overclocked. Okay, and you've got the Asus Prime B860. Yeah, it's a pretty solid build. To be honest with you, that's very quite nice. That's gonna last you a long time, I think. I'm not currently into Intel, however, I do recognize that actually the most recent propositions from them actually look quite good. They could do what they've done before, where they've fucked up and then been like, oh shit, we need to regain market strength, and actually, you know, pulled things out of their ass. I could see that being a thing that they actually managed to do. So I'm not gonna say, you know, Intel's dead forever and they've got no chance of ever pulling it back, because that would be disingenuous. I fundamentally don't agree with that approach. As many of you know, I like to accept that there's nuance in quite a lot of things. Whether or not the internet would agree with me is another thing. Look, my character didn't want to put the spice in its box. That's not even me doing that. That was the character, honest. You have to remember what the price of PC parts is like at the moment. In order to get 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, that's actually, you know, not a small amount of RAM at the moment. So that price doesn't actually surprise me a huge amount. I've been keeping an eye on PC prices because ultimately I need to make a second PC at some point. As to how viable it's actually going to be, we'll see. I'm sure many of you are in the same position. You've seen the prices of PC upgrades. You're like, well, I'm not upgrading my PC anytime soon unless I absolutely need to. That's the situation a lot of people, I think, are now in. That's the issue, yeah. Ultimately, like, it's not only RAM that's gone up. I think that RAM is the easy one to lock in on, but all of the same components that RAM requires are also used in things like SSDs. They're also used in, you know, the processors that your phones, etc. use. Like, this RAM shortage will hit other industries very, very quickly, which are far closer to the consumer level. And that's what I'm most worried about, I think, because that's not going to be good for anyone. Let alone the gaming industry, where it seems to be still that games are getting less and less efficient over time rather than more efficient. And as a result, like, are you just disconnecting me again? Weird. Before I fly back, I will probably do a restart of my game. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Just Eric. How are you guys doing over there on YouTube? I do see YouTube. It's easy to see now. You're qualified for it. Newegg supports a firm and a few others. Hello, what's up? Yeah, did you sense the crash? Yeah. Yeah, your paw is stuck. Come on. There we go. There you go. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Somebody was twitching in his sleep and woke himself up because his paw got stuck in the heat mat with his claws because he was, you know, flexing his claws in his sleep. Woke up all confused and like, nah. Enjoy the Bailey emotes. You seen you were gifted a sub from Sindri, so wants to come say thank you? Indeed, thank you very much, Sindri. It is hugely kind of you. That, like I say, that ongoing support means a huge amount to me, so thanks to all of you. Okay. Okay, yeah. Meow. You want everyone to see you again? Hello, yeah. Meow. Who's a good boy? You, isn't it? Thank you again, Sindri. It's really, very kind of you. All of you, to be honest. It's always a really lovely way to start the week when you guys are so kind like that. That's, honestly. Especially when yesterday was actually very productive for me. It was I finally had headspace for the first time in what felt like months to do stuff for the stream. It was actually really nice, yeah. I had a good weekend. Meow, hi. Yeah, who's a nice boy? Yeah, it's you. It is you. that the children made. That's fine. What could possibly go wrong there? Surprised that this power lasted the whole week. You had improvement for your stream, must be having it in 5 years. Yeah, but it's still, I don't know. I still feel like I should do more. You guys put a lot of faith in me to deliver a good stream, and I'm very grateful for that. So I do want to make sure that you can do things like TTS, and like a number of you have been asking for it for a long time, you know. It's like I've been finally going through song suggestions and listening to some of those and including some of those into the playlist where they've been like good ones for the stream. So, you know, it's just about getting around to those things that I've been saying for a while I would do, and now I don't feel like I'm letting people down by not getting them done. Quite nice. Okay, so you can't land on top of that. That's good to know. $64. You're here for me, B, and the beautiful meat sausages in chat. I wouldn't call chat beautiful meat sausages to their face. They might get upset or aroused. You never really know. One or the other. Shit. Because I just dismantled where the Thief console was, it no longer recognizes it at the base, and I would need to manually move this across. So if I do this, I need to grab the salvage metal out of here. Oh, actually, wait, I don't even do that now. Oh. No, I really do appreciate all of you guys. Like that love and the support is what makes ultimately all this very doable. And I know that, you know, you might not always like the content, you might not always like a take I have, you might not always agree with me, but I do appreciate that you guys, you know, give me the chance, the benefit of the doubt, ultimately. Because, you know, I don't get everything right. I will never say that I will. And I do appreciate when you guys think I've got the wrong end of it, or, you know, think that something isn't quite right, that you'll correct me. It's appreciated. I'm never going to get annoyed at people for doing that. And, you know, as long as you're listening to me as I listen to you guys, that's all I ever really ask. Whenever it comes to something like we disagree on, I'm absolutely fine. As long as you know, I listen to you and you listen to me, and we treat each other with respect. That's pretty much the main thing that matters. Laundry time is ads time. That's how I see that. That's when I do. You know, that's when I think laundry should be done. When the ads are on, when you guys are going to miss out on stuff. You like my voice? I can listen to it. I've learned to be better with my voice, because with my microphone, right? So these headphones are actually wireless. If I wanted to, I could actually turn them on and, you know, like have them just playing sound wirelessly. I don't even have them turned on because I have them connected via a 3.5mm aux lead into the microphone itself. So that means that any sound that comes from the PC actually plays through the microphone and through the microphone software. It means that I can hear myself at all times what I'm saying live without any delay. Half of the problem I find when it comes to like listening back to yourself is the delay on your own voice. So you're hearing yourself with even like a millisecond of delay. It's not the same thing that you're hearing in your head. Whereas if you're doing it this way, it is what you like. Literally, what you're hearing is basically the same as hearing the voice when you talk. So that's quite helpful in my opinion. But it does mean I can't listen to certain things as easily. Well, I'm not 100%. If anyone ever tells you, and if I ever tell you that I'm 100% correct all the time, it's likely someone impersonating me, or one of the clones that Thor has activated has gone rogue, because like that's just not who I am. That's not how I see the world, and many of you know that. It's not in my nature to make that kind of claim. It's a level of ego that I just do not ever want to have. I'm still small streamer. I'm still barely a streamer, chat. That's how this goes. I might stream full-time hours, and I might, you know, have like 100 plus ECV, but I'm still barely a streamer. That's right. That's how that works. I was going to restart before I went back, but I've dismantled the base. Me getting bullied into streaming is the best thing ever. It is kind of funny, isn't it? I didn't say I would get bullied. I did say that I would do it. It wasn't something I wanted to do, but it was about having the headspace to do it. And I'll be honest with you, there are still times even now when I wonder if I have the headspace to stream. There are some days when I take off and I'm like, nah, what happened, you know, last night, etc. was too much to deal with. I can't stream today. It does sometimes happen. Thank you very much, Gundor, for those bits as well during that thing. I'm not sure if I said thank you for that one. They were hidden at the top of my feed. You only send one signal towards YouTube, right? And they view it twice, horizontal and vertical? It depends on how you're providing it to YouTube. No, not anymore. I'm now sending a separate vertical canvas across to YouTube. So YouTube default on browser, if you're watching it in normal view, will see the same as what Twitch sees. If you're seeing it in vertical canvas on mobile view, you should see a different view. It's easy to be a streamer, just be like B and say meow. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hello, Xylac. How are you doing? I'm indeed a small 5'14" to 5'15" streamer. Yes. I need to update that, actually. He's not 15 anymore. He might be. He's at least 16 now, apparently. I am very good, thank you. Yeah, it's been a very busy weekend, but ultimately a very good one. Edit com. Bailey. Updated. You gotta get a reference photo for your Baron Thor submission. Very nice. 777, nice. As much as I love having the B camera that large, is somewhat in the way. That's a bit better. There we go. Clean update, indeed. Yes, I've stripped the Deep Desert base down, taken everything back from it, and it's all in crap bag. Just like, if you are having a weird experience over there on YouTube, if you can explain to me what you think the problem is, that will be good feedback, because today is the first day setting up a bunch of these new systems, including the tipping system, the subscribing system, all of that kind of stuff. The good news should be that the same tipping system should work over on YouTube, so I can get that set up as well once I know that it's working on Twitch. You played Dune all weekend and finally got your deathbeds unlocked, so you're almost back to where you was when you stopped playing. Congratulations, Speech. That's fantastic progress. You've only been back for a week or so, so that's great going, as far as I understand. If I'm remembering correctly, that is. Didn't you come back to the game for the update or around the time of the update? And go back. I was wondering if anyone knows if the Overland map is safe from the Coriolis storm. Our server is still down. I logged in someone else's server and got my stuff from Deep Desert. I quit in the Overland map whilst in my carrier. I won't be affected by the storm. They're right. Correct, Xylac. Yeah, the Overland map, as long as you are not in the Deep Desert, is completely safe from the Deep Desert. From the Deep Desert Coriolis storm, yes. You are safe, but I can understand why you're concerned. Not a problem, bud. Happy to help. A lot of people have been there over, the past few months, with bugs, with issues in the Deep Desert. Ultimately, if you can't get onto your server while it's down, if it's on one of the official ones, Funcom normally push the Coriolis storm. If it's one of the private ones, then at least you're out, is all I can say. This is why we make sure on our private server we have the lowest level of downtime possible, often less than the Funcom downtime. And this is one of the reasons why I'm really pleased with Nitrado. We are the busiest of all the private server clusters. You know, that's how this works. We've been very lucky, to be honest with you, to have Nitrado do what they do for us. So I'm very pleased. You're on private G Portal. G Portal's been down for 3 days. Zylak, if you ever want to relocate servers, you're more than welcome to join us on our Nitrado private server infrastructure. It's open to pretty much anyone who's in EU or NA because the ping there is fine as long as you're fine with our server rules and our general server culture. If you do need to move, that option is there to you and yours. This part of !Dune Discord, as Batstar's just done. There we go. Can I slow down? I'm speaking too fast. Sorry, that's the British. I naturally speak quite quickly. What would you like me to repeat, Lashon Dantony? We've had several G-Portal people trying the Nitrado servers and liking it very much. That's very good news. Yes, I like that. That's what we like. Thank you for the Fuzzy Guild. We're discussing options. We're hoping to get back and pack our bases first. Absolutely fair. You put 40 hours into Dune, but you're stuck in Starter Zone Hell. Programmer's Port. If you are on our server, which I always forget if you are or not, if you would like any help getting out of Starter Zone Hell, the offer is open. I can join any of the servers in our cluster and give you a hand if you need a lift or need help. You're on Bartholomew from South Korea. Ping is a little bit higher at 120 to 180, but still playable in most scenarios. Jeez, good job, bud. I mean, playing from South, you are probably the furthest away player that I'm aware of, which is incredible. This still isn't fixed. Hello, little cat sneaking up on me. Yes, you just want attention, don't you? 16-year-old, still a little kitten, acting like a baby for attention. I apologize for being very British, indeed. Yeah, just Eric has it right. Yeah. Hi. Hi, Bailey. What are you doing? You don't live under there. I know that you like the heat fan, but that's not really where you should be. I need to get you used to not going under there, because that's where a PC is going to live at some point. No weird experiences on your end? That is good to know. Thank you, Eric. Your 13-year-old doggo still acts like a puppy at times? Yeah, that sounds good. That's normally a sign that they are healthy and, like, you know, energetic, happy, mentally engaged. It's a good sign when your animals are lively, is what I would say. Lethargy is normally a very poor sign in any animal, so Smallmite, thank you very much for that resub. 9 months, absolutely amazing of you. 3/4 of a year already. I'm so glad we've been going this long. Thank you for the continued content, moderation, and everything you do for us in the community. You are tolerated. Thank you. That's the kindest thing you could have said to me. I feel very tolerated. Thank you, Smallmite. Thank you for that tier 1 reset, buddy. You are awesome. Apologizing for being British is one of the top British behaviors. Also, so is not apologizing for being British. It's a very good dichotomy. The dichotomy of Britain. Who's a good boy? Yeah, it's you. Yes, it's you. You're so sweet. Yeah, hi. Okay, chat. The ads are going to be here in 1 minute, 16 seconds. I'm going to play them early because Bailey wants me to check his food bowl. And it's just convenient timing. So during these ads, please get up, stretch your legs, walk around, look after yourself, take your meds, Do whatever you need to. I will come back and I will then hydrate. Thank you, Gundorf. So I will be right back. I'll run the ads now. Look after each other. The ad falls can be very, very scary. They're very dangerous creatures. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from those ads. Thank you for bearing with. Let me sort my hair out because, oh my god, it's everywhere. That's the first thing I've seen when I've sat back down, Verbiter. Success isn't measured by fortune or fame, but by having an intricate system of elaborate mechanisms to eternally guard your tomb from the British. I'd like to point out that several of the famous kind of like treasure hunters from TV and film are in fact American. That's not on me. That shouldn't be on me. I feel like that's on you guys. Indiana Jones, Indiana's American. James Brown, they actually have a document that they signed a couple of hundred years ago, which means that I can't legally call them post-British. They chose to stand on their own 2 feet and to be responsible for their own actions, so that's on them. They can't suddenly hold their hands and be like, oh, we're post-British now. That would be very unreasonable. You can't have it both ways. Also, we wouldn't want them back even if they asked. Just saying it how it is. Why are we calling G geese? Because that's very funny and I want in. That's what I'm hearing. Hello, Left Catcher. How are you doing? Wait, we're out of vehicle refuel cells? I'm gonna have to make a bunch of vehicle cells, aren't I? No more nicknames? Okay. Ooh, we're actually quite low on... I say quite low, comparatively low on fuel cells. That's probably something we'll have to craft today, I think. Weird. Well, that's already 150. Damn. James Brown, thank you very much for gifting 6 months of tier 1 subs to 404G Not Found. You are an absolute legend. Thank you very much. Gee, I'm disappointed that your sub had lapsed. What's this? What am I meant to take from this other than you absolutely hate me? Can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm gonna have to tell your husband about it. I feel like it should be a good meme that for every month where G doesn't manage to sub for herself, when someone else catches it, there should be some kind of forfeit. I just haven't worked out what that forfeit is. G hates me like I hate eugenics. Slightly horrified, but also fascinated. That sounds about right. Yeah. Did I build this base? Luther built this base. It is the maximum claim size, I believe. Multiple floors, 2 long wings. Those long wings are used for storage and other things. So we have not only storage here, but on the lower levels we also have the water storages all down there. We could probably do an even better use of space if we really wanted to make use of the intermediate space here. Like you could put in a second layer and make this like a thin 2-layer here theoretically, but we just don't need it. We don't need the extra layer right now. Like this is very good. Because theoretically, you could put in you could put a layer at this height here, which would be a thin layer on top on both sides here. We just don't need it. We just don't have the need for that space. So, like, the thing I like most about this base is that it can be modularly, like, expanded as well if we need to. So, things that we have to do. So, we've stripped down the deep desert, and we are set up for next week. We've produced a bunch of fuel so that we can actually have the fuel that we need. I think that the next thing that we have to do is we've got 20 of these missions to do. So let's start by looking at what we've got to do week-wise for this. We want to keep leveling our exploration up. We also want to keep leveling up our combat. So exploration today, we could get to... quite easily, we could potentially get to level 20. If I put especially if I did all of my points into exploration rather than combat, 20 is easily doable. Leveling combat is kind of the priority though, so what we'll do is we'll likely see if we can find synergies between what we're doing here. So, I've got Imperial Testing Station, we've got, Blushing Cavern, Wreck of the Taiki, Wreck of the Taiki. So if I take 2 Wreck of the Taikis, then we've got Broodworks, Haga Rift. So on the way back, I could do this Haga Rift one as well. Let's do 2 exploration ones. I could do it on the way out. Level 20 speed is absurd. Broke right now. You can glide straight up with that 15% speed bonus. I can imagine, yes. You decided to use graph paper to plan your final base. It's going good so far. You've got place for everything. Very, very cool, Saxel. I love that. I know somebody was using... was it... I think it was like Tabletop Map Builder for it for a while. D'Souza, yes. Well, I'm trying out different things. We can have, like, we've got white chat, we've got black chat there. And we've also got white chat on a grey background, which I really don't like. Are all those fonts the same? Yes, otherwise it would look very, very awful in that view with all of them overlaid on each other. Or I can turn it off. Yeah, G joining the olds. Yeah, the big threes, I think, isn't it? This year? Is that this year? No. Yes? Maybe. I forget. It is. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're older than 35, apparently you're automatically dead. So I've only got a couple of years left, chat. Yeah, that's what the young'uns say these days. As soon as you get past 35, that's it. You know, you're pretty much on the scrap pile. Once your knees start going, that's it. Yeah, especially in Britain, if you can't slap your knees and stand up and go right, you have to go stand up and slap your knees and go, oh, it's just not the same anymore. You're just culturally irrelevant at that stage, which is not going to work very well for anyone. Well, it's been at this point I'm ready to be interred, yeah. Although my favorite thing is basically now that I'm just waiting to, you know, I'm waiting for technology to get to the stage where I can upload myself to the internet and haunt Thor as a sarcastic British AI all the time. Like, imagine just hanging out on a web page and just a sarcastic British version of Clippy rocks up. Oh, looks like you haven't written some code in some time. Do you need a hand with that? Let me vibe code something for you. Oh, this web page doesn't look very good. Here's a mock-up of what it could look like if you had any skill. Clippy, but designed to be more savage and British, yes. Chronos version 3 may have in fact been Clippy, yes. That might be why I long for Windows XP. Yeah, and Clippy has, you know, the gallery, you know, that was... I wish he didn't auto-deploy the landing gear. It would have been perfect if it not for that auto-deployment of the landing gear. Now to find the other 5 Primarchs? True. Imagine my own Space Marine chapter. What would we be the Space Marine chapter of? I don't think we're edgy enough to be Raven Guard. But also I'm too chaotic to be the Salamanders. The Iron Fists? Maybe. Could very well be, yeah. Leave Jabal Ifrit al-Shark. White Scar's gotta go fast. You decide on your faction, you may have made a mistake, you're going nids, you're never gonna finish painting. Look, Horde factions are really good if you like repetitive strain injury. That's all I'll say. You know, there's nothing wrong with liking RSI. But, difficult. Smuggler's Run. Okay, we'll do that as well. Don't think it picked the mission up. We're both talking about Clippy. It's because we know. Blood Ravens, maybe they've got British energy. I could see that. That's not the right way. What am I doing? I'm going to the wreck of the Taiki. Everyone needs a bit of RSI in life, builds character. I don't think we need any Robert Space Industries, no. No, I don't think we do. You like Tau for their mechs? Tau are good just because they're a cool, like, they're a well-designed set of models. I quite like the Tau casts. Solid chance for Dark Angel. Except we call them the Dankangles here. I could see the dank angles. I like the color scheme as well of the dank angles. The green is quite nice. Green? And whitish beige cloth? Yeah, I could rock that. Dork Angels is valid. If you want to call them Dork Angels as well, I like to call them the dank angles. I don't remember what I was doing. This one is irradiated crystals. This one is sabotage. Okay. No one goes here. Don't worry about it. I'm just passing through. You can leave me to it. Do that, and this. Oh, it's not that one. Slice. The sword is kind of nice. Like, I'll be honest with you, it feels nicer right now than the rapier does. Level 28 combat, Starbu and crafting. Yes. Sabu, why are you going sabotage to level 8? I remember seeing it and couldn't remember why. What's a level 8? Just the big explosive barrel damage? Didn't you say you were at Sabo level 8? And I wanted to know why. You just hit level 20 in combat, got a grade 3 shell burster. Very nice. Very, very nice, actually. Yeah, sweet. Today is about hitting more exploration, more combat for us. That's basically the goal, as always. There should be a guy, like a heavy gunner around somewhere. There he is. The fact that you can do your pulse and do a melee at once is such a fucking bullshit thing. I'm just going to go around this corner and then attack you here. Access granted. Well, that was rude. I'll just reconnect. After I finish running the Taiki, what I will do is I will restart my game. Because that's not normal behavior. What's with the most obvious Death Guard? Death Guard are very cool, I will give you that. But in all honesty, it's gotten to the stage now where my favorite chapters broadly don't have a huge number of my mutations on them. I don't like painting chaos anymore. I've realized this. Like, the thing that's holding me back from painting my Warhammer is I just don't want to paint my Chaos Space Marines because of all the extra heraldry and stuff on them. Like, the intricate details mean that I'm just going to shake. So some of you might know that I had an operation last year for my back, and unfortunately some of the remaining nerve damage means that I do have a little bit of a tremor. I can suppress it now, which is what I've been working on for the last good few months, physio-wise, you know, just kind of getting back into the swing of things. But it's not the easiest thing to do long term. And if I'm doing a lot of like kind of very intricate heraldry, or I'm doing a lot of very like kind of fine trim on armor, it can become quite painful after a while. You want the headshot damage bonus? Okay, so you're not aiming for level 8, you're actually aiming for level 15? No, 10. That makes sense. Who shoots stuff? God, how weird. Can't believe Sabu would shoot things. I could have sworn I grabbed that yellow key. I'll grab... might be... No, I didn't. It was after I died. Fine. Fine. Someone bought your grade 0 executor chest piece, but for 4 mil, but left your grade 2 for 6 alone. Well, maybe they only had 4 mil. Because they saw the Vulcan heavy guns to step below las guns, shoot everything. Yeah, I mean, the Vulcan heavy guns are just kind of wild now. If you get caught by one of them from even the enemies, like, you'll get shredded. Like they've done them quite well. You said that you can, but you can also run around them. The thing I like most about the guys with the heavy guns like that is you can literally run around them like you're running around a clock face, and they can't turn fast enough to shoot you. That's so if you're in close combat, you can basically just encircle them, and they'll run out of ammunition before they can actually hit you, as long as you're maintaining the right speed. That's that one done. Gigawire logs. This is the... Okay, this is the one out here. Are you stuck outside? There we go. Jeez. The rapier dudes are really irritating. You have to start right at the start of their lunge to get the parry window for it. Fine. The parry window is so early on. Damn. Hit the terrain. More DACA does solve everything. I'm not sure that it does. For example, if you're up against, say, you know, we'll call it a Challenger 2 tank, firing more DACA rounds of, you know, firing a Colt 1911 at it, for example, isn't going to make a huge amount of difference. I like that that dude just shot his friend in the head. I think that's that one done. That's returned to the Ornithopter, so it's just the navigation Shigawire logs. Are those the ones that are at the end? They are. Who did I forget? More people coming. More are coming. What's that? That's that Rick and Morty? The being that can transmute elements, I believe. More are coming. The las gun fixes all. The las gun's a very, very nice weapon. It is the heavy weapon that I do like using. There's still one enemy in here somewhere. There he is. There we go.
Speak your purpose. Needing backup.
Don't worry about me. There's nothing important for you guys to worry about. I'm just inspecting the water pressure. Yeah, I'm inspecting the water pressure. That's all I'm doing. I definitely wasn't taking any of the loot or anything from your area. I would never do that. I'm a very reliable inspector, you see. Up is pistol mid-range, shotguns, close, combat still viable. Come out the game after a long break. The thing I would say now is that pretty much any build that you are thinking of now does work. It's just a matter of what you do with it. So the new skills and progression system means that largely you can spec into whatever you want and it will still work to some degree 90% of the time for combat, for like content that you're wanting to take part in. The only time it might not is the deepest parts of the deep dungeon, at which point, these of the new scalable dungeons, at which point that's what the end game content is. It's about testing and learning your way through those. So some of the builds that used to work are no longer as strong as they used to be because they were just, you know, they've done away with this idea that there are some absolutely like must-take skills, and there's the, you know, the meta builds have basically fallen away from the game, which for me, I think is absolutely needed change, because it was just awful when everyone was using the same skills because there was, you know, one size fits all was actually, you know, there was a better system in place. So Open Fire is Blushing Cavern, Cargo Rift, Broodworks, Blushing Cavern, Sandflies. So if I do that one, I take the Open Fire Caverns, and I take Springing a Trap, which is also Blushing Caverns. So we've got one doing the Sandflies at Testing Station 136, and then we've got two at the Blushing Caverns. I think after we've done the fire one, there will be a second combat one at the Blushing Cavern, so we can do 3 in one location. Did you see camo netting on the Thopter? Yes, the exit locations of these overworld maps has the sand, like, camo netting over the Thopters, which is really cool. I wish that we could do that out in the overworld. It'd be really nice to have, like, a skin or something you could put on, which would basically make it into a hidden area. Your friends tell me you can receive rewards for combat players. You switched servers and you don't have an option to receive rewards. It depends when you came back. If you've been out of the game for more than 28 days, there was a service that was offered on for basically people who were coming back to the game to get some free stuff. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was nice. That was bugged on launch. If you switched on release day of the patch, then very likely you won't have gotten the actual goods. They'll have been, when you transferred servers, they would have been lost. I did raise with Funcom the whole point that the players who were actually interested in the game, who came back early to the game because they heard obviously about the update, are the ones who are punished here, because they're basically missing out on the gear and the stuff that they would have received. Funcom's community management heard that. They recognized that actually, yeah, when it's put that way, it does seem unfair. The existing players who stayed engaged should be rewarded, and they are looking and discussing what they can do for that. Ultimately, it's about what they test. Is the testing of, you know, this new stuff going out was actually quite in depth, because you don't want people getting stuff and then losing it. Although there was still actually a bug where some stuff got lost, but that's not really the point. Hello. You're off for like 6 months and came back 5 days, so you should have gotten it then. It should be claimable from your like claim rewards options, I believe.
I found the enemy.
Ow. Well, it definitely killed him, that's for sure. If you hit, so it's not the middle part. If you hit the side parts, then it'll burn through. Okay. Yeah, to transfer servers, you have to collect it first. Yeah, that's what I would advise. Just collect the items first before transferring servers. But I think they did fix it so that they should still be claimable at the far end. After fighting enemies in the deep desert or fighting enemies in some of the overworld map areas, these enemies feel really weirdly weak. Really? You're just hiding from me. Okay, so it doesn't get through shield. That's good to know. You posted a full screenshot of the package in group chat. I have not seen it, Ellis. I will have a look. It depends on what tier you got to. That's my point, though. If you got to Plastinium tier of the game, you got a different pack to what you got at Duralumin tier. So there were different tiers of packs given depending on your progression. Did that actually play, John O'Clock? I didn't hear that. Did you guys hear that one? It did? Okay, I just missed it. I'd probably just turn it up on my end then. That's fine, thank you. That's just part of my...
I see someone.
Yes, I am playing on the lowest difficulty of these, and they are easy because I've got the daily quest to run one as part of the Opifire, so as part of my combat tree, so... Why would I run it on a slower, harder difficulty when this isn't one that I would want to run for the drops that I want?
Shields up.
Oh no, some fire. Good talk. Good talk. Nice trade. I like that. Make sure I actually put my healing kits back in the correct slot so that I do the healing. Have I been getting better at the rapier? Yes, I got to the rapier position where I was reliably able to use it. I just don't like it anymore. Like, they just made it worse. The sword is just better now. As a weapon, the sword is just much better. Braid.
An enemy approaching.
Fair trade. I think that trade was perfectly fair, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. That's on you guys if you think it wasn't. I don't know how you could suggest that wasn't perfectly fair. I'm going to be honest. The message... What? The message was eaten by B. Don't... Oh god, don't let B eat messages. I'm trying to manage his diet. Please don't. John O'Clock, thank you very much for those 100 bits a minute ago. It's very kind of you.
Now things are gonna get heated.
Are they?
How about you? You asked for it. Full power! You look a bit sick.
I did get a little bit distracted there, but 6 minutes 59 is fine. I'll take that. Didn't even need to use my turret. Bailey doesn't eat plastic. That's true. I'm very glad that he doesn't eat plastic. The only weird thing that Bailey does want to eat, and I think I've talked to you about, some of you about this before, he weirdly likes blueberry muffins. He doesn't like blueberries by themselves, but apparently when they're in muffin form, that's his jam. That's what he wants. That's all he wants. Blueberry muffins. Do I know why? No. Is there anything I can do about it? Also, no. Do I think that he's a goblin? 100% yes. Do I still love him? Absolutely, unconditionally. One thing that I don't need to keep is... Don't need that. Dina loves honey. She can't have that anymore. She tries to steal it. What? They should have melee-only duels. I'd be down with melee-only duels. There's definitely a balance to be found there for that. Grave of the Fireflies completed. That's more points into combat. Actually, hang on. Let's check and see if I can get the last combat one at the Opifier. Oh, no, it's Wreck of the Taiki. Okay. It gave me another Wreck of the Taiki. Okay, interesting. Okay, we've got 2 at Blushing Cavern, and then we've got Broodworks, Haga Rift. So we'll do Blushing Cavern, then we'll do Haga Rift. Because I need to go store my items, and then we can go back out again and do more. Dina is a cat. Cat steals honey bread. No honey is safe. Oh, gosh. Do we still have Jake triggering paragraph? No, we don't, Balthazar. I've removed that. That's deactivated inside of StreamerBot. So it can't send Jake into apoplism. If I put a vitamin supplement in my water, one of my cats basically teleports onto my death. Interesting. That's well, I could put like a Barocca Verbitor. Just loves the fizz. Is that what we're saying? I don't like triggering Jake unnecessarily. Jake's working very, very hard on block game, which is nice to see. Obviously, oh, CPR, that's a very good advert. Jonathan, if you don't know how to give CPR, which is, chest compressions, if someone's like, if you find somebody in there, they need their heart pumped for them. That video there is the best way of learning how to save someone's life. I've taken ad breaks before where I've just shown that video because genuinely, like, that has genuinely saved people, and it's exactly an example of what I think advertising should actually be. Because it's informative, it's funny, it gets the message across, and it's also hilarious. Like, well, and it's effective. Like, it's important. So people actually pay attention, well, should pay attention to it. Hello, Zidane. My day is going very well, thank you. We had a really awesome treasure train from chat earlier, which was really, really nice. How are you doing, buddy? So that's that one. Main deserter camp. Oh, okay, it's this one. Do you reckon I can, like, zoom in, steal the plans, and then leave without them actually fighting me? Yes, I can. Yeah, they didn't even fire a shot. What did you watch? Vinnie Jones. Vinnie Jones teaching you how to do chest compressions. That's a vital part of our streaming culture. I hope that all of you know how to do that. I've had to do that. It's horrifying. It's very upsetting, and it's ridiculously tiring. Open-fire gems are hidden in that cache. Sabby, you said this is your most hated mission. Going to the cave is so painful. What? When you say the cave is painful, what about it is so difficult?
I see someone.
Ooh, spice melange beer. If I drop that, I can move that across. I can use that so I can actually be just tipped over my spice requirements. Okay, apparently he can shoot me through the floor, but I can't shoot him through the same piece of wall? Fine, sit down. You missed the space whale from being massive with spice? I don't want to see the space whale. I don't think that's needed. Right, this is the cave where the signal originates. So, Sabby, why do you find this so difficult? Because I just do this. Actually. I don't understand what Balthazar struggles with. When it comes to CPR optimists, you need to switch out. Exactly, you need two people. Well, if it's only you there, one person will do, but you should have two people there. Better to do it with one person than not do it at all, but yes. That one. We'll take... Ooh. We don't actually need these, so... Although Luther can actually dismantle... Oh, I guess we do need those. What don't we actually need? We're good on mechanical parts, and we're reasonably good on... Filtered fabric. Sorry, Luther. I won't leave him behind. Oh, excuse me, a good hiccup. Horrible hiccup. That's very painful. Oh, you're a butthole. You can die first, because you don't have a shield. You can die next, because you do have a shield, but you're also a butthole. I'll drink this water because it's free and I love free things. I'm gonna leave this turret here. So that's both of those missions done. So you fly up like this, and then I just gotta do this. Wait here for a couple of seconds, grab some more shield energy. Oh no, fuck that one up, didn't go up the right side. There we go. And then I leave. I don't know what Sabu's problem is with that dungeon, but it's one that we've kind of managed this one now. Sabu, which bit do you struggle with? You said going down into the depths of that cave. It might be that you're not dipping down into the second area quick enough. If you try and stay the fight, the areas up top, you don't need to. Limited space, limited cover. Why do you need cover if you're aggressive enough? You don't need cover. If you need cover, that means that you're hiding from the enemy. You don't need that, Sabu. You can fight them, destroy them all. Right, what do we have next? We've got a rift run to return to Haga Basin. That's fine. Right, the ads will be here in 15 seconds, chat. So we will fly back to Haga Basin. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs and do my first set of stretches for the day. Make sure that you guys look after yourself, and we'll be back very, very soon. That's Harco Village. That's not where we wanted to go. We want to go up here. So yeah, those ads will start. Thank you very much for bearing with during those. I do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And thank you all for being here. Oh, that was me hitting the mouse commands for the songs. My apologies. Just trying to move over to see when his Thord ship was going to show up. One player ahead of me in the queue. Better not be. Better not be, game. Ads, anyone? Okay, Twitch. I guess no. Oh, there we go. There we go. You're about, chat. And welcome back from the ads, everyone. Thank you very much for bearing with. We just sheltered in the remains of Zaphiroth's base. which appears to be somewhat sheltered from sandstorms here. I need to make sure I fill this back up with power, or I dismantle it. What you do? You tell me now. He ain't beating the kin allegations, and neither the Atreides ones now. Nope, I can see that. Oh, I didn't go through the archway. I wasn't looking. I was too busy thinking about my objective. Okay, so we're doing another one of these exploration missions quickly to dash through here to get some more information. We're only 5 levels or so, I think, away projected-wise. We're probably only a week or so away from being able to get another 5 inventory slots, which is very, very nice, as you can imagine. That and the upgrades that we've got for our combat tree, the amount of damage that we can do is very, very nice. I do wish that these locations would slightly cycle, so that it wasn't just the same every single time, but it does make it very quick in terms of transit time, because I know exactly where I'm going. How are you all doing out there today on this lovely Monday? I'd say lovely Mondays because no Monday is actually that good, so comparatively most Mondays are all right. I know that most of you will unfortunately be having to work or get up or, you know, think about looking after kids, self, family, dogs, pets, dog's family, dog's wife and husband and wife's boyfriend. You know, all of the normal kind of animals that you'd be looking after. Although if your dog's wife's boyfriend is waking you up early in the morning, I should probably, you know... we should probably have some words. It's about mutual respect. Your only gripe with Chapter 3, the missions to Landsrad lack depth, so only 4 or 5 rotation for each specialization, given how big Chapter 3 overall is, I understand. Yeah, so it's interesting. They said that they released them with only kind of 5 to 10 per specialization so far, but one of the kind of things they want to be doing once they've got all the fixes, etc. in is expanding the scope of those missions, and they can do so much more easily because it's basically the same as creating any new contract or quest rather than having to, you know, reprogram some of how the Landsrad works. This will actually mean that it should be a lot easier for them to create those new systems and those new missions to here. Yeah. Most of what their work is doing has been doing really since launch is building systems which are designed to make it easier long term for the game to be updated and to run. And I know we were memeing around about that, you know, the devs basically like deving themselves out of jobs, but the whole point is that means that actually the devs who are left on this, you know, the smaller team after the layoffs can actually, you know, deliver more with the time they've got and the team size they have, which is the main thing. Having to do the thing for the man and attend meetings, it's awful the things that we do for pay, isn't it? No polydogs waking you up, but you do have work. It's almost the same, isn't it, in terms of disturbance? I'm glad you are enjoying your breakfast week, Diddley. Okay, so what are we on progression-wise? So we're on 18 now for exploration and 18 for combat? No, 17 and 18. Oh, you can tell we're getting to our base because all of a sudden the performance just drops. Ugh, there we go. We get inside and it's fine. Another vaporizer. We'll save the plastinium pie rocket so I can give that to somebody else if they want it because it's a good thing to have. You work from home but start to look like you're human and not an electro-ferret, so you just have to hide your electro-ferretosity. Is that what we're saying? It's all part of this ongoing plan to hide how much of an electro-ferret you are from your boss, right? Oh, a Wayfinder helm, grade 1. Oh yeah, I left that for Luther, didn't I? This isn't a slot. I don't know why it's using this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. Wait, these are, for some reason, actually taking up inventory slots now. I should have 40 slots, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. These are all taken up. And then I can't put something back into it. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the 8th row, the 40th slot, the additional one being given by my perks actually isn't being given. Interesting. Let me grab that clip that I just took over on Twitch. What's the date today? Wait, that didn't work? Copy link. Let's grab this. I'm taking a couple of screenshots for Funcom so they can see why I'm confused on this one. Fill your image slots with like one ammo per slot and see if it auto expands. Nope. It's using these quest items at the bottom as... Like, that's not a thing. So, that's a thing. I've sent a clip of that to Funcom for them to have a look at, because that doesn't seem right. That seems like it's a problem. Yeah, so I've only actually got 35 slots when I should have 40. Mine's bugged, weird. That's the kind, yeah, that's the kind of thing that, especially if we're getting different bugs. So Sabo actually has correctly got them. That's really weird. So I should actually have 5 more slots that I just don't have. And for some reason, the game won't give them to me. That's neat. It's ticked off. I paid for it. I can't respec it. I've sent that across to the community managers of Funcom so we can see where that one goes, because that's a really interesting bug. Discrimination is probably because streamers are too powerful. They're trying to, I know they're trying to stop me from being so powerful, that's what it is. You love the 6 quest items being your other place having your adventure you can't remove, turn in or destroy. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. They just want to nerf my my progress. That makes sense. I can see that. Okay, what else have we got? We've still got 13 missions for the day. Jeez. Okay, so we'll very easily get to 20 combat and also to 20 exploration. Let's just do some more exploration missions. The land's rad. Okay, so we've got Blushing Cavern, Masquerade. So we've basically got three to go and do. Taiki. Mine acted funny right after Ryan, lot similar to yours, but currently works fine. Not sure it was fixed with relog or server restarts. I will see what they suggest. These are the kind of things that we need to have a bit more chance to resolve, because I think these small issues are building up on our servers. Here's a really good one. How many of you don't have any of the emotes that you should have? Because if you died on day 1, you dropped your emotes as well, even though it was invisible. If you didn't recover your body or you were eaten by the worm, that meant that all of your emotes were lost and you never got them back on private servers. It was fixed very quickly, but obviously that is still an experience that some people don't have emotes. When you make a new character, they don't get emotes. That's an interesting one as well. Likely a bugged state, because the emotes are likely account-wide rather than individual. You don't, as you don't own the game? That would make sense. Yes, I could see why that would in fact stop you. Yes. Fair enough play. You know what, John O'Clock? I can't question you on that one. The whole thing. Please run some more of these dungeons. We can probably do this on a little higher bit difficulty. 1 is just a little bit too quick now. We'll try a 3 again. This character was made after your first 3 characters and didn't get the emotes on them either. One of the pirate servers. I think that emotes are potentially account-wide somehow. I don't really know how it works. I can chase up with the devs again. It's something I know that gets asked every single time I talk about having a dev conversation. It gets covered by someone. So I know that it's a pressing issue. And it is one that I am keen on answering because it also applies to me. Yeah, come on, you've got plenty of time to shoot me. You could kill me if I do this. Okay, well, that was a bit disappointing. Didn't find a chance to kill me. I wish with the mouse wheel you could cycle through these views, so I haven't got to go in to take out like the 2nd or 3rd item. Oh, shut up. I'm not in the hugest rush for this. I'm just collecting some materials at the same time. Dab. You tried Sensation on 3, there was no change of difficulty. The boss became a bullet sponge and did way more damage. Not a fun way of doing difficulty. That shouldn't be the case. It should apply to all enemies, really. All of those changes. For a start, this guy is using a flamethrower a bit more effectively than some of the other enemies were already. Like the overall AI difficulty does actually seem to change as well, in my opinion.
I'm coming for
The AI is generally cleverer on a high difficulty dungeon, which I quite like. I think that's a nice way of doing things. Adding the password every time you come back to target. Yeah, Funcom are aware of it. It's one that they're looking at dealing with.
Someone's here.
That wasn't very kind to send an explosive in after me like that. Are you coming through? No, just the... I was waiting for the melee dude, but he just wants to hang around. Yeah. 1% stam is not enough stamina. That's a bit better. I realize I've not really ever been in this side of the room very often. I just kind of stay in one little area for this one. Oh. On a different subject, have they given any indication what might be going in our last loadout slot? No. It's something that I've asked... Ow, that was well timed. It's something I've asked about every single Funcom conversation that I can. It's kind of become my meme question now. Like, I'll ask it when there's nothing else left to ask. See, these guys no longer fire at you from infinite distance. They only shoot at you when they can actually hit you. Just funny. It used to be that even if you were like a mile away, they would still try and fire at you, so you could just mow them down with this. Eyes on target? Oh no. Where are they? Fine. Wait for my stamina to come back. You do love the lasgun. The lasgun is just like... It's just like any opportunity to use a sledgehammer. There's not often a need for the lasgun, but it's really nice to have the lasgun. Where did the heavy go? You're exclusively melee in these dungeons? Yeah, that's fair. I really like there's a real diversity of gameplay style going on, because not everyone is using the same build and layout anymore, which is really good. Like, we don't want there to be a stagnant gameplay style like that. So I'm really pleased to see that people are like finding their own way of doing stuff and things they actually like to do. I'm not even spec to like... I should spec into movement with heavy weapons. If I'm going to be using only melee and heavy weapons, I should spec into... Weird.
Nowhere is safe if everything is on fire.
I guess that is true. Yeah, nowhere is safe when everything's on fire.
gonna get heated.
I see someone.
I should be in the arena. Fuel up. I was born for this. Nowhere is safe. Everything is on fire. See you. You're toast. I like my meat well done. Let's test this stuff out.
Just lazily slap him with the sword as the final hit. Done. We need Shigawire by default. Shigawire is great. Shigawire is just such a good skill. Like, I never find myself wanting to take it off my bar because it's usable in combat, outside of combat. Why would I want to get rid of Shigawire? Because it's just good fun. It's just great, you know. What have we got? What have we got? We got another Plutonium rocket. Not a grade 1 yet, or anything like that. But hey, better than nothing. Why do you think it should be a tool and not a skill? I think there are a few items that should be tools and not skills, but fine. Sorry, a few skills that should be like that. Like the turret could theoretically be one as well. It could be like a consumable that you drop. Another combat level obtained. Do an exploration one, so that's exploration, Blushing Cavern, subtitles for the Taiki, Blushing Cavern, Broodwork for it, except Taiki. The next mission I'm going to do is one of my favorites because actually you can kind of meme about it. Shigawire has become an integral part of Dune for me. Absolutely. I absolutely love the mobility and also the control that you get from it. It's not just one or the other. I would rather do... down here, isn't it? Smuggler's Run. What's max level? 200. And then you've also got max level in each of the progression to like trees is level 100. No, oh, 1 second, chat. I've got a response from Funcom, so just responding to them. Oh yeah, there's an awful lot of game in this game. It's great. I'm really liking the changes. The durability change is absolutely fundamentally amazing. I absolutely love they've chosen to do that. That's made such a difference. Genuinely, a really, really good job on their behalf. Like, I'm very, very impressed with Funcom, and I will sing their praises for it, because ultimately, I think they've done a great job. Right, where's the sniper that's up here? Hello. The durability change, it did indeed go live, yes. Yeah, it's live, implemented, in place. That didn't go the way I wanted it to, did it? I had to go over here. Yeah, I just gotta let myself into the base and look, capture cultural artifacts. How British am I right now? Ooh, free cultural artifact. Don't mind if I do. The south side of the island is this way. Didn't want to grab onto the side of that. It's rude, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I'll leave then. If I'm not welcome, I'll just leave. Hello, Majestic Wheats. Good morning to you. So this one, the devs have caught on. They know that I could sneak into this one, because they blocked this roof off. I can't fly through it, but I just run in instead. It's easier. If I'm not wanted, I'll leave then. That's exactly what the British are like. They just take the artifacts with them. I didn't leave them with the artifact. Look, see, I'm taking it. They're not going to want me to be involved. They're going to be here and very upset now. See, look, there'll be a bunch of enemies here. But I've got the artifact, so why would I hang around? Look, quest items are down here. Have to slap knees and say right first? Not if you're over 30, because you haven't got enough knee strength left to keep doing that. That's very dangerous. You know, you can't take your knees for granted like that. One second. One second, chat. Let me just record this for the devs, so you can see that all 40 slots are taken. These are 4 which are not meant to be here. Can't drop them. Can't do anything with. I can drop things around, but I can't drag something onto them. For example, it doesn't let me. It doesn't let me use the space. It's a whole thing. If I drag this one, I can't drag that into there. It drags it at the bottom, and then oh, actually, that was a new one. It's a new change. Okay, hang on. This might work. It needs to be dragged off of the bar. Let's see if that persists the way through this map once we leave to the main inventory, if I leave those slots free. So let me grab that clip again in a second. What was I doing? The final quest here in this area. Down here. Again, this one, they're all set up for some defenses, but, like, we don't actually need to hang around. Because, again, we just run in here and do this. So that defaulted to not inside of that inventory. Now let's find out if we leave the area. If it is a bug that people need to learn to do, then Funcom probably needs to be aware that some people are likely going to suffer from this and not know to do that. So they'll need to publish the fix. You can probably overwrite item ID or stack size. I don't think it'll be that bad, but it's certainly not one that we want to have persisting, because, you know, 4 inventory slots is 10% of our inventory. Imagine losing 10% of your inventory. Okay, so let's leave this area and find out if that bug has indeed persisted. So the next area we need to go to is Pikey. Go there. Remember, we can't see our inventory when we're on the overworld map. If it is as easily fixed by dragging them out into a new slot and it resets them, and then so be it. But that needs to be something that Funcom needs to be aware of, because that's a manual fix. But now I've got more. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 45 slots, but 47, 42 slots now? Is that the right one? Now I have 42 slots. I can get rid of them. I should have 40, but now I have 42 slots. I've sent the link of that across to Funcom, because I don't understand. Just only confusion is all there's. Apparently, the clip I sent also included my face palm at the end of that as well, so the devs really enjoyed that. Fun and interesting bug. Try to relog. This is not just a relog problem, although that I could do that after I've done this quest location. Access the control room and activate the cargo protection system. I don't actually need to do this side room, do I? It's the other side. No problem at all, Zylak. Hope you are doing well. Sleep well, and thank you for hanging out here, bud. I'm happy we could be of assistance. Well, that was very rude. Ugh. The damn attractor fields. I'm just stuck in the corner. There we go. That was horrible. Let's just not get involved with that again. Let's just leave these guys to it. They're very clearly busy. How do I enjoy the new backpack update? In this one, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just confused. There's at least one drill shot down there. Oh, there's no enemy up here. That's weird. They obviously run down. Oh, that dude had a rapier. Nice, okay. John O'Clock, thank you very much for that. Very kind of you. I need to get in and update the sound volume on that. Give me a second. Is it this one? No. Have I... haven't done this one yet, that's why. Didn't go into this room and do the cargo bit. Help, help. I helped you. You're good. Thank you, John. Very kind of you. The 100 bits. Who's a good chat? Exactly. You guys are a great chat. Good job. Press and hold. Look at that one. Then we do press and hold this one. Then I have to kill a bunch of enemies because apparently they get upsetty spaghetti. Death. Death. Jeez, these guys with disruptors are kind of horrifying, aren't they? Very rude of them.
I've got you covered.
Are you a rapier user? What weapon are you? You're not even holding a weapon. That's kind of cheating. Trying to hit me with a sword that I can't even see. Very illegal. That's the exit that way. Looking at phone and click automatically looked up like John O'Clock, thank you. Yeah, it's actually not playing on my end. I need to go and have a look at it. This is what happens when you guys tell me it isn't working and it actually is, and I mess around with stuff. Just to be clear, like, that's on you. I'm not sure what you expected to happen. The fact that I now can't hear the thing that's winding you up. If anything, actually, I could just leave it like this. This is fine. Yeah, you guys can hear it. I just can't hear it. It's playing through a sound. It's playing into OBS and then straight out through the stream. Not playing into any of the sound outputs that I would listen to it from. That's on you guys. It works for you guys to be a good chat. I mean, I don't have to hear it. Unfortunately, I probably should hear my own alerts, including the TTS. That's kind of the main thing, right? Yeah, of course it works for you. Thor was struggling with back pain to get back yesterday. Maybe have some different stretches. He just needs to rest it. I told him that yesterday. He just needs to rest his back up. Like, he needs to not be overdoing it. He needs to be getting sufficient rest, and he needs to be lying down. Like, that's... He just needs to not be an idiot about pulling a muscle in his back. Like, blah. That's what we said yesterday. You refused? Fair. You refused to listen to some principle? Fine. The ads will indeed be here in 1 minute, so during that time I will try and fix my OBS sounds so that I can actually hear the things that you guys are doing, which is very kind. Did I not collect the Shigawire logs? Hello, Humane World for Animals. How are you doing, Nos? It's good to see you. The ads are about to be here. I need to fix some sounds at the same time. we are Duning some of the new endgame content, Nos, which obviously you wouldn't know because you're not logged into the game in 3,000 years. Why am I still walking? Okay. Not sure that Nos had enough spoons to play the game when Nos started to play this game. I am doing good. Yeah, very productive weekend. Just trying to deal with a few tech issues upstream, of course, which is always the way. Audio sources and the like, you know how it is, obviously. Charity in chat, that's true, yes. You haven't logged on since I bought... Exactly, I'm very aware of it, don't worry. I don't mind, I'm just... It's a very good meme now, it's one of my favorites. PC Tech, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Humane Welfare Animals. It's very kind of you, buddy. Very, very kind, thank you. There you go, Nos can have ad-free viewing and Bailey emotes. The ads will be here in mere moments, if I understand correctly. So during that time, make sure you get up and stretch your legs, etc. Chat, look after yourselves. And I will be right back. Whoop. Okay, so we exit to the overworld. That's probably healthier for me. At the same time, now let's do this. What is making that sound? How do I make it so that I can hear this? Emulate. Legend of Games, it's a mixed chat. Excuse me. Sorry, so I'm just doing the ads on Twitch while I try and resolve what's going on here for TTSs, etc., and how I can hear it through OBS. I think if I'm monitoring it, it should be fine. I mean, there's an easy way to find out, I guess. I could just do this. And what happens if I choose... Oh, that I can hear myself now, twice. Do you guys hear yourselves twice? Or hear me twice? Do I sound echoey to you right now? That's my question. No? Okay, so that's good. That is the correct... That is the way these settings work. No Chronos echo. Imagine hearing Chronos twice. That would be awful. Okay, now I can look back at chat. This should be good. Hello over on YouTube, Terrence. How are you doing? Hello to Perry. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Lovely to see you as always, Perry. Hope you're doing well this fine Monday. I know Monday's your day off, so I appreciate you stopping by. It's very nice. What you want to know is who was voting for more XP in the lands, Rad. Well, it wasn't me. I haven't voted. I can't vote, so I need to get Thor to hand over the guild leadership as well. I'm doing very good. Yeah, I had a very productive day yesterday. As a result, I've got a bunch of stuff on my stream which only just about works. I don't know if it's working properly, but hey, things should be better now, I think. Oh, what's the password for the server? Do that. Best way to spend Earth? Well, thank you very much. It's very kind of you to say. I just come up and visit some point soon. Now I'm a bit more mobile. I've got some plans to be up in London at the end of February, so I'll probably send you a message. That'd be Blood in his Guild. Who needs XP when you're level 200? If you're not level 200, why haven't you been playing enough Dune? Yeah, we need to arrange it on a day. We can probably arrange it for a day, Perry, before you go live, because you don't go live until the middle of the afternoon sometimes. So we could probably arrange it to go for like lunch before you go live on one of the days where I'm off and before you're... If that works for you at some point, maybe? Obviously, lunch on me. Very, very kind to be invited up to the Londres, you know, to be welcomed into the city. You know, my country ass being allowed in is obviously, you know, hit or miss. Shut the fuck up. Fine. Oh dear. I probably deserve that, to be fair. I'm just slowly filling this chest with more and more things that are Demnar's problem. Demnar's not really fixed Demnar's problem. We're getting quite full. We're at 82 out of 100 in Demnar's problem now, so, you know. Is the counter working? Is it my thing? The counter is counting. I can see exactly how many times the counter has counted. That's what the counter does. It counts. So we've obviously apparently we've fixed our weird inventory slot issues. Let's make sure we take these slots up now. Okay, I'm not going to get annoyed about that. I'm going to try really hard not to get annoyed about that. We don't need to be carrying Halleck's pick around anymore. I'm going to be honest with you, like, I'm just enjoying using the sword. It's easier. 5 extra slots, that's all. 5 extra slots is one of the many perks. It's just one it's something that was bugged earlier that we were checking on. Just to be clear, that's just one of these, but that's the level 1 perk in the exploration tree. There's also, well, I'm now level 18, I've got plus 18% backpack volume. So it's kind of huge, Crazy Henky, that actually, that over time this stacks. And level 25, I've got another 5 slots, I think, coming. Yeah, 25. So again, we could get that probably today, if we really wanted to. We're currently working on combat and exploration, so... The exploration, we've got Rift Recon runs... Another Blushing Caverns. And we'll take Open Fire Expedition again. Go do those again. Speed for vehicles is the best? Exactly, yes. Speed for vehicles is very, very good. Do you not want to reload to see if it persists? Yeah, you know what, we can. We can reload. Although I need to free those slots up. I free the slots up. And then I log out. We'll just do a full restart of the game. Oh. Big stretch. Big stretch. I should now hear the sounds when you do those things, John. So I think that would be fine. So now I should hear the clicking noise. A bit dark in here. Let me turn this up. There we go. Let's restart Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening. It's a bit awakened. Oh, I see a interesting DM. Right. Dune Awakening. Does the game tell you when you pass into chapter 2 or chapter 3? Is it all just continuing story? It's a continuing story. When you go to the arena, or when you start talking about the arena, that is when you are doing the chapter 3 story. Ooh. Whoever invented spines made them real bendy. Have I talked about the new document revealed about Ashes? I mean, the new document that I've seen is actually an old document. It's the law. It's the class action lawsuit brought by the employees against the company as a whole for failure to provide WARN Act notices, which obviously means it's ultimately. That didn't persist. So it's just a weird bug. Just a weird bug. So the new document, there's a couple of videos out there that have a bunch of really strong allegations in them, but I've still not seen the source of any of the information those allegations are actually about. So I'm not willing to trust them. They're not just, oh, it came to me in a dream, until we've actually seen the documents themselves and the actual filings. That's how that's where I'm at on that one, Freya. There's a video from a content creator going around. People are like, oh, have you seen this? But like nothing I can see has been given sources. Oh, I was sent this by an insider. The same person also reported on DA's claims. You know, the guy that claimed that Stephen was permitting him to do RMT in the game, which turned out to be fake. So I'm gonna wait until the actual like receipts are available, until we can see the documents, before I really go into that one. Like, because I don't actually think that I don't think that sensationalism and jumping to be the first in the story is actually the important part of this. I think that recognizing the nuance is the important bit. And I'm very interested on seeing where we end up with it. Seems to look bad enough that making stuff up. Well, exactly. Like, there's a lot of unanswered questions just about like why were we not told things? What do this timeline of events mean? And ultimately, like, how the fuck did this happen internally without somebody in leadership being like, oh wait, this isn't right. What the fuck is going on? Why did the player base find out last? If there was all this weird shit going on, why were we not told internally by members of staff? The senior leadership team that resigned at the same time Stephen did. Well, what does that mean? Like, that implies that they were also aware of the same decision. So why have we not heard from any of them? Why is it all, oh, we didn't know anything? But if they resigned over something, what did they resign over? And in what way did they resign? Because who are they resigning to / from? There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of weird questions that remain unanswered. I'm not happy with what we've been told. YouTubers making unverified claims to churn out videos for ad revenue, unheard of. I know, YouTubers would never do that. It would never be some kind of AI slop thumbnail of Stephen crying and, you know, a thumbnail saying, oh, they're gonna sue him, he's finished. Like, no, that would never happen. Oh, wait, no, no. YouTubers would never. So it's about a little bit of nuance, about a little bit of finding the right information and making sure that we're checking it out. Because everyone's like, oh, here's the lawsuit. Yeah, you can read it for yourself. The lawsuit is the class action from the employees against Intrepid, which is public knowledge already. It doesn't actually have the huge numbers that are being thrown around, like 17 million and etc. It's like I said, I want to see the documents. Show me the filings themselves with California, and then we can talk about them. Other than that, it's all just slop. Exactly, yeah, shoot. Yeah. It's so over. He's so done. He'll never work again. Just a bit sensationalist. Just not really very needed. Why not just be a little bit more chill about things, you know? Like, why you gotta be so mad? Why? Don't need to be mad. Yeah, why are you so mad? Why so mad, Humane World for Animals? So mad? You're mad because of animals. That makes sense. Animals deserve being mad. People would forget as soon as something else catches their attention anyway. Well, there is that, yeah, but realistically, let's just get the answers and let... No one can do anything just by just screaming on the internet, blaming content creators, blaming each other, you know, having arguments over who's got the right info, who doesn't. Let's just wait. Let's just hold off and wait until someone publishes the logs, the filings are all done, and we find out where things are at. It's not going to change anything for us. It's just finding things to be angry about, and like, there's enough shit in the world to be angry about already. What the fuck did you do to my ride? That was just rude, wasn't it? We never match unless you hurt animals, then we real match. Gets out the rolling pin. I don't know why the Humane World for Animals suddenly became, you know, Eastern European, but who knows? Maybe that's just what. Maybe that's because my physiotherapist is Eastern European and is genuinely quite scary. Maybe that's how this works. Maybe the only form of fear that I feel is the Eastern European physiotherapy. Global, so you'll take it? Fair. Very fair. I mean, I guess it's not, you know, Humane County, is it? That would be, you know, a smaller area. Humane World is it's pretty clear in the name what the scope is of the organization. I would say. As an accountant, you find it very fast to have 10 years of book search and summarized and written up as 17 million unaccounted for. It's been like 2 weeks since it went belly up. This is what I mean. Like, something is seriously weird, and I'm just waiting for the truth to come out, because basically we're just getting a bunch of, oh, it came to me in a mystery. Oh, the ancient runes in the sky told me that it was this way. Everything is very indicative. Sure, it very much looks a certain way, but until there's definitive proof, I'm not going to get upset over conjecture, because that's just dumb. Like, why would I get upset over the might be's and the could be's when there's other stuff to be getting involved with and dealing with? You'd think so. Yeah. You did indeed get a gift sub, Prepella. Thank you very much for thanking James Brown. Yeah, it was absolutely huge. Mivixov, yeah, huge durability update. They've changed durability in 3 ways that mean the durability is no longer anywhere near so punishing in the game. So first of all base durability has been increased by 100%. So now something that was 100 points of durability will have 200 points of health. When you think about how that affects the new crafting system, well, 1% buff before is now worth 2%. So it's doubled the effect, the complete effect of this tree here, because everything now has base 200, and each level of crafting gives you an increase in item durability. Not only that, but they've made it so that when you repair an item, by default, if it's completely damaged from 100%, you would before only be able to repair it to 80%. Now you repair it to 85%. So 5% loss, less durability loss, which compounds with things like the buffs in this tree here for crafting, max durability loss reduction. So again, you're losing less every time you repair your item. The final one is related to repairing your items. When you die in a dungeon or you die in the world, you used to take 5% durability loss of all of your gear. That's quite a lot of durability loss. Now you take 2%. So you can go from dying 20 times in a dungeon on average and losing all your gear, not including the wear and tear on it, to dying 50 times. That is an insane amount of increase. It's a really nice change to a very punishing system. So the durability changes are really quite solid. They're really very good. I no longer worry near as much about repairing my gear for slight things, because actually, nice and easy now. So yeah, durability update's been huge, Mimic stuff. Anyone else got any questions about the update? Open fire is exploration, that's going to be combat. And we will later likely do some eugenics as well, because now I've obviously learned how to play the game, and I know that I enjoy it. I'm very interested in starting a new run and going from fresh with that. I would have taken in Honor of the Fallen. That would have been great. Imagine doing 33% more range damage in the new dungeons. This has been really slept on. 33% buff to a lasgun on top of the damage you get from combat and the other buffs that you can get, and the augments. You could be looking at like a 200% damage lasgun, which will just absolutely rip face of enemies. This was the one we should have gone for. I know that we're testing out the increase, and it shouldn't be that way. But I'd like to see what that does long term as well. Ooh, tactical radiation suit. Oops. How many of you don't know about the Dune update last week? I'd be surprised, but there are some who don't know. Oh, Idio, thank you very much for saying that, Durstock. It's very kind of you, bud. Did I pick up the fire dungeon mission? No, I didn't. Smuggler's Run, that's where I was going. That's the only problem. I can't check out the missions on the overworld map, and I forget. I leave the map and I'm like, oh, what was I doing again? Where am I going? How did I get here? Excuse me. As you can tell, my lungs are still struggling. Don't take opiates. They depress your lungs. Thanks to Speculation Rank 12, you got 230 spice from your spice refinery versus the normal. It's nice, isn't it?
Shields up.
Whee! Yep. How did you get here? So it's your retirement home. Dune Awakening, it came out 45 years ago. No, Dune Awakening came out very recently. Very recently. A mere few days ago, in fact. It's not been 9 months at all. What are you talking about? It's a lie. You're just trying to give me medicine. No. You're not my grandson! How are you doing, Dax, buddy? It's good to see you. How goes your preparations for, the end of February? Oh, actually, Dax, could you drop me a DM on Discord with what you know of the Gerudo Nation? Or their leadership? Up here, into this little side room. Steaming along, glad to hear it. It's looking like I said, it looks like a very compelling system. I like the sob style stuff they're talking about. They've given them all drill shots, that's annoying. I've only got 4 Mark 4 health kits left. I definitely put the wrong set away, didn't I? That's in this pit down here. At least I've learned the layout of this area now, so like it doesn't take me anywhere near as long to find my way around. Oh, I think I hit an invisible wall. No rush on that, Dax, just in general. Just at some point over the next couple of days. Stuff lasts 2 to 4 times longer and it's more repairable. It's more than half more repairable. Oh, god damn. I did not want you to lock onto that enemy. I wasn't even looking at them. Fine. How do we make this game more enjoyable? Let's give the enemies drill shots and loot drops will only be the ancient way. I would say it's not quite that bad. That's probably presenting things in a slightly more dire way than they need to be. But certainly, you know, the ancient way is very much a commonly dropped item for what is a Landsrad reward. It's certainly not worth it for Landsrad anymore. It's not worth the Solari balance that goes into it either. That's definitely a thing. Ooh, when's the reset for Regis components? Let's go and have a check in Harko Village. Some of you will have realized already that the currency you get, the house script that we get from doing this, can be spent on a bunch of things. One of them is on Regis components, which are used to make the new augments. So you do need to do this. When the lands give the option to buy it, well, you recall, but the fact that it drops from it's like an 11% drop rate, it just doesn't seem to be worth it. Not from the 5 hours. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Hillbilly Holler. That does make sense. I do remember it being Monday when the Coriolis Storm starts. Did they improve the classes? They've rebalanced them, they fixed bugs with various bits, but more than fixing the classes, they've added this specialization tree in. So the classes are just massively augmented and you can improve things. We are 1 mission off of it. This is sad. Look, 231 out of 239. Oh, that just feels bad, man. That's fine. We're aiming for 25 on this one anyway, so it'll be huge. And then combat tree, obviously very nearly at 20, so it's 20% damage flat with that is great. Let's see what the quests that we were doing were. Open Fire, Blushing Cavern, Blushing Cavern. We can do testing station 136 on the way to Blushing Cavern. This is very nice. Yeah, the bonus yield to spice refining can be very nice. Imagine if you had to walk places. Why would I walk places? Why walk when Ornithopter? I'm gonna be real with you. I've never even made a buggy until like I was in tier 6 and finally needed to do it for the A band of the Deep Desert. Like, and he uses the supposed third faction, supposed to balance out the Landsrad. Scavenger, I would say that the Landsrad balance has fundamentally changed more because of the way that the players remaining in the game have played. The change to the Landsrad contract system with the end game has been the first overhaul. I would wait and see on that because actually we might not need it anymore. Like the balance on most servers has tended to have fallen into a bit of a pattern. What they actually really need is a balancing mechanic of Atreides versus Harkonnen, but you're not really meant to be fighting the other faction. It's not. Dune is not meant to be Atreides versus Harkonnen. That's not the point of what we're doing here. That's the source of a lot of the lore, of course, but it's not the point of what we're doing. So the third faction, we did ask about that when I had a conversation with the devs, and like it is still planned and it is ongoing, but I think remember that like all we know about that, all that's been confirmed is, oh, there'll be a third faction supposedly who can disrupt the Landsrad. We don't know really what that means. So I'm still interested in seeing what they're planning on doing with it. Wait, there's a story? The story for Dune Awakening is remarkably good. I'm not normally a story enjoyer in games, but actually... Oh, there you go, I heard that. John O'Clock, thank you very much. That was a good distraction. Great job. Okay, that's fine. Definitely not on fire. He's going to shoot that barrel in a second. I can just tell. They always do that. Take all. Death. Hey, John O'Clock, thank you very much for that. Oh, that was not very nice, was it? You've actually got a decent weapon. Oh wait, well I forget this is tier 3, so they're actually not the tier 1 bitch boys that I'm used to fighting. But that also means they might actually have valuable loot on them. Are you carbide blade parts or normal ones? What a bitch. Just rocking up here, trying to throw his weight around like that. It's very rude. Very uncalled for. Stab. Where's the melee guy? Is he hiding away because he's scared of me again? Yes. Are they making the game? They made the game more PvE. Yeah, they fixed PvE first, and they're working on PvP second. So the next kind of stage is what they're working on now, anyway. Is basically kind of going back to the drawing board on PvP and thinking, okay, how does this fit into the game? What feels good? How do we want to manage the community in relation to PvP as we go forward? Because the other thing you have to remember is that PvP in the game largely became ass because of player behavior, not because of the way that they, you know, they enforce terms of service or they encourage people. There was a lack of incentive for players to PvP, and a large number of players basically were having content at the expense of others, rather than actually looking to engage in the game in a meaningful, positive way. So I don't actually know that. I think more of it is going to be about creating systems that can't be misused by players. That was nice. That was a very nice combo there. Incentive to PvP healthily seems like a big problem in complicated games like this. Ultimately, and that's why you need to create environments where if somebody is involving negative PvP, the way it doesn't matter as much, where that's not like, you know, it's not going to ruin PvE as gameplay. This is what we were talking about last week, where I was saying that having a PvP only area where as soon as you enter it is PvP, you know, there is no such thing as a PvE part of this, you know, PvP area. That's going to be a better system, because ultimately you need to go into that knowing that you could risk everything, you could lose it, but that if you are going to take the risk to do more and to take that risk, like, you'll get more loot out of it. So now we've got these, you know, end grade items and gear. There's actually a bit more reason to have those, like, locations. There's actually something that would work for there are things that you could put into those facilities. Okay, well, we'll just go out here. Ah, that explosion radius is way too high. Okay, come on. Still in a rad suit? Yeah, I mean, we're in the tactical rad suits, the one that's got more armor. God damn, that bug is weird. I don't know why I can't hit them sometimes when I come out of that ability. Yeah, we're still in the tactical rad suit. But you can't block with rapier now? Yeah, the rapier's been massively changed. So the rapier is now... I don't have my rapier on me. It now does a parry on the left click and the right click. If you don't like the feel of the rapier now, you're better off switching to something like the dirk or the new dual knives, because they feel a lot better. The dual knives, these ones, have the same kind of parry window that the rapier used to have, but don't have the same gap clearing. So yes, they have completely reworked how they do the how they do rapiers. Do I like it? No. Do I think the rapiers are better for it? Also no. Do I think it's a necessary change that I'm just gonna have to get used to? Yes. Of all the things that they are working on and fixing, this one is like, that's the least of my concerns, really. We can at least get a PvP alternative to running PvE quests. You could do, but you need to have an area that facilitates that. You need an area that facilitates to it. Yeah.
Let's test this stuff out. You asked for it. Full power. Get your asses in here. Hot enough for you. Nowhere is safe if everything is on fire. Eat this. You asked for it. Full power! You look a bit singed. Let's see you dodge these!
There we go. What was that run? 8 minutes 26. I'll take that. That's not bad. You've yet to be able to parry on retreat with rapier. It takes a lot of practice. I find that parrying on, for me, parrying on retreat was easier than parrying on attack. But again, I just don't like that the parrying weapon now has the worst parrying window. It just doesn't feel right. The parry window is so short and punishing. Why would you use that compared to pretty much any other option? You know what? We can just take all. Did I actually have that as the quest? I did, didn't I? Aha. What grade lasgun do you have? Grade 0. That's not a leveled up lasgun at all. That's just grade 0. Rapier pushes through shields faster. It takes a lot of practice to make rapier as powerful as it is hard to use in other melee weapons. The rapier is punished. Exactly. Rapier is punished for a lot more. Dagger seems to skip your parry. Like I said, I just wouldn't use the rapier right now. Everything feels better with the sword, in my opinion. And it's sad, but like, I'll just wait till the rapier gets rebalanced again. So be it. Okay, so that should have been level 20. Why did that not level up? On the bright side, and we now have 3 quests at the Open Fire Caverns, so... Dual daggers are pretty fun, but it still feels a bit off sometimes. Yeah, because the gap clear doesn't feel like the same length. That's my issue with it, personally. People glaze the rapier, but you love the sword. Finds people once. The rapier was very, very good if you could isolate a single enemy and destroy them. You could do so very, very quickly. The rapier was very good at that. The sword was great against massed enemies. If you were fighting large groups and larger groups, sword was a lot more use case, and it largely depended on your feel for the game. People glaze the rapier. I don't know. I just liked the feel of the rapier more than I liked the feel of the sword, is basically how it went for me. For me, I didn't like the feel of the sword originally, but now they've changed the feeling of the sword. I like the rapier more than I like the sword more than I like the rapier. Doesn't mean I fully like the sword. It just means that for me right now, it's now better than the rapier is feeling for me. I think that the Dirk is still in a good spot. I also feel like there's one I'm forgetting about. That light beam is very slow. Not really the way light works, but fine. Just go into the shade, let some of that heat fall off. That's about going back into the cave. We've probably got the Mentat quest, and then we've got to kill Cassian, the Ironstorm guy. Okay.
Shield on. Identify yourself.
Nope.
Shields up.
Just bounced off the wall there rather than connecting me on like I wanted to, but hey, we make it work.
Shields up.
That was better. Thor finally called it. I'm assuming because his back was really bad. That's really sad, actually. I'm hoping he rests up because he really does need to. Like, back, like, you know I mean about my back all the time, but back problems are not something to joke about. They can be really, really bad. So if he's hurt himself, I'm glad he's stepped away to look after himself. We have got the ads in 1 minute, but I can probably pause those if we've got people coming in from Thor's stream. So let me snooze those for a minute while I welcome you guys in. It is good that he stopped to rest. It's very important. Actually, I'll be honest with you. One of the things that I found very difficult to do at first with my back problem was actually learning to stop and take a rest, because it doesn't come naturally to everyone, and it doesn't come naturally to Thor. I know that. So it is good that he listened to his body and did what he needed to. Okay, well, the melee guy knows where I am, apparently. There should be at least one more range. Okay, there he is. Where is he?
Kill them all.
There you go. One of the bosses down. We take his gun. This is actually one of my favorite designed missions because it makes a lot of sense from a Dune perspective. So we've taken that guy's gun. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to go to a different camp of different enemies who are actually opposed to the guy that we're fighting. And we are going to basically kill their boss and swap their guns over. So it makes it look like each side killed each other rather than me getting involved. It's basically a false flag operation, which is quite fun as a concept. Like it's very subterfuge, you know, very much in keeping with the Dune ways. So then I take his flamethrower. I also need to finish. I need to finish wiping out these guys as well. Hang on. You hiding in the corner doesn't help anyone. So what we do is we leave that guy's, you know, iron gun. You know, it's not an iron gun. The like the iron. I was about to say iron hail gun, but that's a Warhammer. Well, it's like a Warhammer Total War reference. I don't even know where my brain kept that one. With the basically with the Gatling gun, and then we put the guy's flamethrower that we just killed up here. And then that makes it look like they killed each other. And we're in the clear. False flag strike. Done. That should be that mission done. Okay. Then we'll go grab the next one, which is the Mentat's body, which is out here. Hello. Am I going back to Bitcraft up the wipe on the 26th? Yes, that is the plan. Thor stream for 7 hours. That's very good going. I'm very glad that he took a break. It's a really good sign. Some of you know that Thor isn't always the best at looking after himself when it comes to, you know, taking time off a stream if he's not well. So it is very, very good in my opinion that he did actually focus on his health first here. Love that. Where can you acquire a false flag? Well, I stole mine from the Test Alliance Please Ignore guys at the party, Eve London 2019, before COVID hit. So that's where I got my false flag, because I'm not actually a member and never have been of Test Alliance Please Ignore. But hey, they got drunk and were very friendly, and I was like, hey, I'm just gonna have this flag, thank you. Capture the flag. Now what? Dead. The ads will indeed start in 1 minute, chat. I do need to go and stretch my legs during these, so please do bear with. But we'll then dip down to the cave and finish these 2 levels off in this new area. So I will be right back. Actually, we've got 30 seconds. Fuck it. Let's see how much I can get done.
There's someone here.
No, there's no one here. What are you talking about? I'm innocent. Millicent bystander, that's me. Grab that package. Take these. Oh, the ads are here, chat. I will indeed be right back. Whoop. I'll leave you with this lovely pink crystal. It's delicious. You can try eating it. Be right back. Whoop. I return with 20 seconds to go. Hello. Surprisingly, not that many fart synonyms you can find in English because most of us don't care. We've got flatulence. Why would you need a word when you can say flatulence, honestly? Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Thank you very much for bearing with. As a reminder, that's how we keep pre-rolls away. So for those of you, when you join the stream, don't have to deal with pre-rolls, because who wants to see adverts before the content? At least you want to at least like watch the content for a second before you get adverts, surely. It's annoying because when I get hit by an enemy like that, that's going to explode the thing. When I get exploded by an enemy midway through a reload, it cancels the reload. If you get hit by an enemy, and so if you hit an enemy while they're reloading, it doesn't cancel their reload. You'd love some ads, but you don't get them even if you're subbed. I'm guessing that's because of ad fill or because of turbo. One of the two. That was horrible. I'm just gonna do this. Just run around. So I just have no counterplay if he does one of those rapid melee attacks. Okay. Two. There we go. Nice. Sweet. That's this area cleared. I still don't know why Sabu has such a hard time with this, but I'm guessing it's because Sabu uses ranged and I use melee. That probably is the balancing difference. I liked how we bounced around out of that like a pinball. That was good fun. And once again, we've worked out that if we stay here broadly for what, like, just to do one set of those 3 missions, we end at sunset on this little map area, and it looks real nice. Although you can see the edge borders. But, like, it's... You can't tell me that Dune doesn't look good. And this is on medium graphics. Like, this is... They get the shadows and the, like, the low light of sunrise and sunset done really well, in my opinion. How are heavies one of the best melee fighters? Those knockbacks are serious. They are indeed. Yeah, that's it's one of those balancing ones that I kind of wonder about sometimes myself. Claim. 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 Look at that. Amazing. We have 2 missions left. We are at level... Close that. 20, very, very nearly 21 on combat, so that would get us an extra skill point. Or we can do the 2 missions into exploration, likely end up at 21, very nearly 22. I think we'll do the last 2 as combats, because there are some fun combat ones I think we've done. Broodwork Fortresses and Grave of the Fireflies. We can do another testing station run and a decapitation strike. Sabu said why, but chat wall to wall his message. What? Oh yeah, Sabu said because of cover. I remember this. Yeah, ultimately cover is difficult down there. It's definitely a thing. On your PC, doesn't quite mean minimum spec. You have to play on low end laptop mode. Graphics on low, even low. That sort of thing. Gives you a ton of fun for you. Well, exactly. I think that's the good thing. That even on the lowest of quality, the game still runs okay. It's just server side. There can be some pauses, etc. Say goodbye. Thank you, Balthazar. I've dropped that a follow. You'll know what that is. I wonder how quickly we can do the rank 1. We're probably going to get, like, the thing that's going to slow us down the rank 1 is going to be me taking too long, getting distracted by doors and stuff. So I'm just going to try and do this without looting anything.
This is Imperial Testing Station number 136, and I am Station Supervisor Nicholas Munn.
I have an idea, actually.
Who's there?
That didn't work. Nope, now I'm just taking longer than if I'd actually done it normally. Are you actually gonna try and hit me? There you are.
Raising shield. We see you.
Come on, attack. Run, 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 run. It seems to be after the teleport, it loses lock on your melee opponent. That's why some of those hits don't work. That's why. It makes sense.
Target found.
Final wave.
Shields up.
Access granted.
Would you guys say these new stations, land ride missions, are easier than deep desert testing stations with waves? 100% yes. This you can do so much more quickly.
I feel better. How about you? I need help here. You asked for it. Full power.
Full power, we can do that.
Nowhere is safe if everything is on fire.
We didn't finish it in 4 minutes 20, which is kind of sad. There you go, 4 minutes. So we can basically do it in 4 minutes 30 if we don't fuck it up. I did make a little bit of mistake right at the end. Spawn camping at its finest, you just kind of learn the waves. But yes, yeah, that's definitely a thing. You like to use seat and two-shot the heavy in the face when their shield drops? Fair. Yeah, that's always nice as well. Not a higher rank, sadly. Don't need the heavy armor, don't need the Mark II. The final one was what the Brood works. We just need to go and assassinate their leader. That's fine, we can do that. I should give YouTube chat some love. Oh, I apologize. Wait, what? Oh, thank you. I didn't see that we hit 666 again over on YouTube. Nice. Thank you for letting me know. What build is this? This is my build. This is just me chucking things together. I don't follow a build. I don't tend to in games. I don't enjoy. Let's do this, and then we were going to the Broodworks. I need to figure out a way to get my my shared chat up on my teleprompter, so it's not just my Twitch chat up there. You meant like class? I haven't spec'd like a class either. Like I'm using the Bene Gesserit teleport ability, the Trooper Shiga Claw, and the Mentat turret, which is a real blend. Oh, actually, no, hang on. Before I do this, I need to actually get my shield up. The shaders don't like that testing station? That does seem to be a thing. People have reported issues on several testing stations, depending on their machines. It's quite interesting to see the differences in what's going on there. So yeah, I use a combination of Bene Gesserit, Mentat, and Trooper abilities, depending on what I actually need at a given time. There's normally a melee guy. Yeah, this is a melee guy messing around there. So we grab, if I recall correctly, it's the center console here. We leave here when this guy spawns. We fly up here. I do this. We aim for this doorway down here. We kill this dude. Stab. Then we go and get rid of this guy's boss, if I recall correctly, up this way. Then, the reason I think that my build is quite nasty is that, broadly, I can show up in a place and slaughter people before they realize. Will you let me through that gap? No. You let me through this gap? Yes. Ha ha ha. 1 second, Agawa. Let me finish doing this mission and I'll read your message. It's rude. Then we fly. Hello, Mr. Greggles. Is the teleport skill new? No, that's just the Bene Gesserit one. It's I've had that for a long time, that one. The bosses were constantly bugging on you last night, double hitting abilities not letting you dodge away. That might be a bug of some kind, yeah. Weirding Step, that's the name I'm looking for, yeah. Let me scroll up and read Agawa's message. Decapitation strike completed. Agawa said, as a consumer rights legal expert, it's a very strong way of putting what I am, but fine. Have you read the liability for software under the new European Product Liability Directive from end of April last year that goes into effect this year? And what do you think about it? I'm a bit split, but I see it's a good thing. I haven't got the ability to deep dive into that on stream. That's a hugely complicated matter. And I'm going to be honest with you, going through that is not what the stream is about or what I have fun doing on stream. So I can have a look at it if you want me to, but again, if that's an EU directive, you have to remember that those get put into force by individual member countries, like the Genuine Data Protection Regulations were a directive. So it's about how individual countries normally implement EU directives there, which is always a question. Weirding Step is very, very good. Yes, one of my favorite abilities. Very much a thing. How are you doing, Greg? Good to see you, buddy. I'm getting sick of this bug. Let me hydrate. You're certainly doing? That sounds about right, yeah. Agawa, I probably read it last year, and I would need to refresh my memory on it. That's my point. I don't have the ability to just go completely cold into a brand new topic, and when you're asking me for an expert opinion. So, for example, I wouldn't ask a developer, say, "Hey, here, this is a program. Tell me what you think of it." If they've seen it before, you need to leave them time to actually refresh themselves on it. You're asking for a nuanced opinion. You're rebuilding your OBS setup to use Stream Suite. It's been a day. I did yesterday a bunch of changes, just to update my setup, and that was by itself a day. So I can imagine, Greg. Yeah, it's a bug. Oh yeah, that's a bug. Yeah. Things like putting in a TTS system that's just basic for now, you know, adding in the ability for chat to add tips, you know, that's a new one. The ability now that if somebody submits a, if somebody is giving bits, it creates a clicker sound so that I can train chat. You know, all the good normal things that one does with their streaming setup. Go and see my... I don't even know if I have the Bulwark trousers yet. I do not. They are the last one I have in the Bulwark set. Pavloving chat, exactly. Although earlier it was only working so that only I could hear it, which is the opposite of what I was trying to achieve with chat, I'm going to be honest. That was not ideal. But hey, we made it work. These augment parts not stacking is really annoying. Okay, so that means that we are now needing to go and grab our melange. Melange. It worked. Your back never felt so good. What, because you unscrungled? Good. It should just be tip, I think, Nellis, maybe. As in the verb to tip. Although I could probably add that as a... Let's do that quickly. I'll probably add it as an alias command. There you go. Alias command set up. Just the tip, exactly. Greg knows what's up. What did I come to my inventory to check? I need melange. What I needed. Because we've got ourselves some new things that we've worked on today. 20 of those quests mean that we can now get up a good few levels here. We've got booster heat reduction again. We've got increased range with scanners. Vehicle recovery, cost reduction. Hopefully we shouldn't need that. And then vehicle speed. The vehicle speed increase is huge. That's what I was really excited for. Go and see what we did in the combat tree. There you go. 16 is more stamina. We've also got more skill points. We should be like 9 skill points. 10 skill points. Look at that. Doing very well on skill points. So at some point we'll probably look to change our build up entirely, because things like being able to move more quickly using the heavy weapons. If I'm going to be in the dungeon, this will actually mean I can actually dodge stuff, which would be great. But then I'd think about, okay, well, what am I changing out for here? Probably trauma recovery, because I like my stamina recovery rate and power usage reductions. Then do I want to spec into damage for it, or do I want to do something else? There's all kinds of options. No, Greg, you weren't dropped at birth. It was all the other times that you were dropped that were the problem, clearly. So, we've got... Our deep desert has been stripped down for the day, so that's all done. We are not set up for tomorrow on that. We should do that. I was organizing, apparently. My storage problem fixed. That takes time to sort out. Which storage problem? The new building sections are indeed very nice. Yeah, I'm very pleased with them. Okay, so we need to go to the scanning box, which is over in the corner. No. It is actually in the full corner. Okay. Chat lost the game. Has take 2 of these. We take 90 probes. If we have 9, we do have 90 probes. I might start traveling with thumpers again, because they're kind of useful for getting rid of the broken stuff in the deep desert. We could repair... We don't... I only need those 2. Time to scan. Not today, it's not. We're not planning on doing any scanning today. We go into crap bag. I can probably take out... Oh no, I need that Lita John for tomorrow. Damn. Fine, I'll leave those Lita Johns in there. God damn it. There might be one left in here. There isn't. They'll be downstairs then. You just told your wife she told you to F off? I can see that happening. That sounds about right. Wait, can I do the... I've always wanted to do this. 140. Who corpses? Oh my god. Look at this. Two corpses at once. What an efficient hotel we have. We might need to go and gather some more residents for our hotel at some point, chat, which means we're gonna need to make a second cargo container. Because we are very short on bodies. I mean, friends, guests, honored guests. We're just mulching, entertaining them. See you guys later, Nellis. Enjoy, bud. I hope that you get some good rest, dude. Dinner guests indeed. See, we'll just gather up the dinner guests. And then we'll restock our inventory because we don't want to be leaving all this stuff behind. So this has got 11. We need 89 bodies is what we need. They won't let us take that many. So we've got 11 out of 46. So we need another 35 bodies. 35 friends. What we'll need for that is to do this, this, and this. The Dune has changed quite a lot. Some of you have asked me, like, in what ways has Dune changed since release? Well, the main way is that we no longer gather bodies like a pleb. Is that really not going to let me... If I drop one of these... I think we're actually genuinely one volume over. If I drop that, fairly sure I'll have enough space to take the cargo container that I want. What do you know? Yes. Put that one in there, take this one. So we can take this, we can make this carrier cargo container, which has a lot of slots. Previously, 36 friends would have been 2 journeys. We don't want to do 2 journeys with the Assault Ornithopter. We're going to use the carrier and the box. Just realized, though, that actually I don't want to do this. I can have a lot more fun by doing it this way. Whee! Catch a ride. Like you said in the round table, we still harvest flower sound like a pleb. We do, but they did say at the round table that they are working on that, which was nice to hear, because obviously something we've asked for quite a while. We'd love to be able to harvest flower sand using a sand crawler. It was actually really nice of devs to let us know that the two are hard-coded completely differently, and that's why, even the compactor works differently on the sand, on the flower sand versus the spice, because they are separate items and interactions inside of the game. So I understand there's going to be some work there. It's on the would-be nice pile, and we'll just kind of wait and see for that one. The friends in the box, are they alive or dead? You only know what exactly Schrodinger's box. You've heard of that. That's what that is. It's about gathering friends for a drinks party. Who's that? No one. Oh, well, this is very rude. Fine. This is ridiculous. Okay, there we go. Realized that if I was smart, I could have done this far better, and I can. I can get 2 bodies at once while I'm doing the collections as well. Take body.
Enemy sighted.
Would that work? No. One weight over. Fine.
Identify yourself.
Come on then. Why could you put on the more uneven floor, not the flat sand? The flat sand is the worm's territory, and the worm didn't give me planning permission to build there, so that's why. It's because of the worm inspection services. Yeah. The whiz. So this should be 8 bodies. And if I recall correctly, we needed 36, wasn't it? 36 was the number I said we needed. You've been playing Ark and then Clair Obscur. Nice. Is Dune worth coming back to? Yeah, Brock, they've done a massive overhaul of the game, so the end game is now massively expanded. The PvE part of it is significantly developed. There's a whole new specialization tree to make each character feel unique. They've added augmentations and scalable endgame dungeons that you can run either solo or with your friends. They've done a bunch of very good things. The changes to PvE are very much needed. I'm looking forward to the PvP changes because for me, still PvP was a core part of the game that I was promised in June, and I'm still very interested in seeing where we end up with that, because ultimately, for me, that's a big part of the game that I want to see more of. But other than that, broadly, I think they've done a good job with it. I think that Funcom are listening to the players, they're engaging positively and meaningfully, and we're seeing the progression that we want from it. And ultimately, what more can we ask from developers? The other alternative would be that they abandoned it, so that would not be ideal. None of us want that. Apparently, I'm an interloper. I don't know what gave it away that I don't belong here. Like, you know, there's nothing that would visually indicate that there was anything different than their normal day-to-day in this base.
Eyes on target.
I do feel a little bit bad for these guys sometimes when I rock up and do this, because, like, imagine if you were just, like, here guarding your base in real life and then, like, some lady with a really aggressive laser pointer starts showing up and she starts taking all of your friends and put them into a big box that she dropped on your driveway. It's a very traumatic experience, I think, for many of the people involved. I don't get a lot of repeat customers, I'll be honest. Like, the hotel's not that popular long-term, but we've got to go out and gather those people to help us. We're doing what we can. Holiday season's tough. You know. This game is unhinged? I don't know what you mean. This game is perfectly hinged. How many bodies are we at now so far? I mean, friends. We're at 15 out of the required 35 friends. It's an aggressive new customer campaign. Look, you've got to go out there and find your customers, okay? You've really got to get, you know, what you want is a captive audience. You really need a you know, a very strong market, you know, very consistent demand. Hellbright, unfortunately, he pulled his back the other day dealing with some stuff around his house. And therefore, because he needs to rest it, has had to end stream early, because ultimately, like, having a bad back like that is never a good thing to mess around with, and I'm glad he's chosen to rest. But it wasn't planned. He just basically got to the stage where he needed to get up and take care of it because it was getting more and more painful as far as I understand it. That's where that software went. That was where the software stream went, even. Hello? Anyone here? Oh, fine. Stupid shields making it difficult for me to eradicate your body with my laser pointer. It is quite fun. That's the problem. Like, why wouldn't you? Why would you not? You know, why would you not come back here to get the bodies that you need for the game? Old man had old man problems? Yeah, make sure that you tell him that when you say happy birthday next time. Oh, the bodies hit the floor a lot. Yeah, they also hit the flue. Yeah, the bodies hit the flue a lot. Yeah, let the bodies hit the door. How tanky is your head? That guy had more health than most of the end game bosses. That was rude. I didn't invite him. Hi, Bailey. Hello. I invited you. You're always invited. Let's make sure that I can see what chat sees. There we go, little cat. There you go, free cat for all of chat. I say free cat. He's my cat, so you can't actually have him, but you can say hi to him. Hi. He says hi to all of you. Okay, apparently we're vibrating. Feel like we might have removed everybody from this base rather forcibly. There you go. That mine going off is just a meme now. It's very funny. I'll be honest, the couple of points I put into sabotage are actually kind of helpful because those traps just never go off now when I'm near them, which is helpful. I like not getting hit by traps. That's a nice 30 bodies there. 25 bodies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Hi. Yeah, you're going up that way, are you? Meow. I tuck this cable out of the way so you don't have to keep jumping over it. Hi. Little monster. Are you asking me to let you out through the window? Outside? No, you want your bed. Okay. That's not your bed. That's not your bed, little cat. Is it? That's not where you sleep. That's where that's the mouse. I need to get a second camera set up in here again. That's what I need to do. Oh, how can I enable the cat cam? Hello, yes, you're really in the way, aren't you? You're the one using the mouse right now. Are you going to use the mouse for us? Do you want me to do this so you can step over it? Right? You want to rub your face on the mic arm. That's what you want. Okay. Mwah. There is indeed a wild man in the way. Yeah. You've got a chair alongside me. You've actually got a cat bed that's right next to me that he could sleep on both sides. He just chooses not to. Yeah, who likes the scritches? Yeah, you go on this side? Hi. Yeah, you're such a sweet little cat. Yeah, he's now a desktop navigator. Hello, can I have the mouse back? Is that doable? Meow. That... Okay, hello. Hi. You want to sit there? Look, there's a nice big wide open area for you to sit in. Hi, what's this? This baby. Hello. Okay, you're gonna go back to your bed. You just wanted to come and say hello. Okay, well, thanks for that, B. I really appreciate the help there. Apparently, Bailey did indeed do a disconnect. Yeah. Did you do a disconnect because you wanted fuss? The answer is yes. But he's saying it as lick, 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 clean, 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 stare, meow. What was that? We love all of these friends. We're at 25. That puts us 27. Two more. 27. That's 29. These melee guys are going to follow me, and then I can get to do this even more easily. Wasn't this easy? Look, meals on wheels. They delivered themselves. I've lost track of how many I have, though. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, we need 2 more. Just 2 more, then we're good.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, there's 1 more. If I recall correctly, there should be 1 guy out the front, like down here. Yeah. Oh, there's more than 1. Okay. Well, you aren't needed, so you get to live and tell others of my exploits. I can now hold 2 friends, yes. I'm at 210 inventory capacity, which is lovely. Look at that. Look at that. The ads will be here just a second. There you go. Chat, look after yourself, unscrungle your spine, grab some water. I will be right back. I'm going to pet this cat. No, not a vampire. I'm just relocating the homeless. They're scavengers. I'm helping them out. Who's a good baby boy? Yes, you. Hello, are you coming back? That's the numpad, Bailey, thank you. That's print screen, thank you, baby cat. That's, yeah, okay. Okay, is that where you're sitting? Is that where you're sitting? Oh, okay, you're gonna push really strongly into that pet, are you? Hello, you just want love and attention, don't you? That's all you really want. Yeah, rat. You want to say hi to the camera? You want to lie on the keyboard. That's what you want. So this is our life now, chat. This is just our life. This is where B sits. This is B's home now. Apparently, this is what we do. He's just trying to work out where he wants to sit. Hello. Yeah, you looking directly at me. I know that you actually want to go to your whole bed that's warm and nice and comfy for you. Is it too warm? Do you want it to be less warm? How about that? There you go. It's a little bit less warm. Now, to you too, yeah. Am I about to get freakazoided? Probably not. Just Bees. He just wants something. He just doesn't know what he wants. Do you? You don't really know what you want. You just want attention. If you're a bit warm, I can always open the window. How about that? Is that the problem? Sorry, chat. I love this cat more than anything else in the world, so whatever he needs, he gets. That's how this works. I'm not sorry for that. None of you would want me to be. Your advice is something a plastic model that's been assembled with super glue. The dragon you got with your Kickstart TTRPG came assembled. It's going to be a massive bollockate to paint if you can't take the pieces apart. It depends on the glue, but sometimes you can use isopropyl alcohol, Freya. Some super glue can be broken down with isopropyl alcohol, but you have to remember that super glue, by definition, works by basically melting two different surfaces and bonding them together. So it depends on how they've glued it ultimately. Some super glue doesn't work like that. Some does. Some of it's like a resin that can form between the two types. It depends on the type of glue they've used. I'd be very hesitant to give you that information without knowing a little bit more. Right, let's go down to our, across to our hotel storage. We've got the, there we go. No glue available, you've eaten it. That's the other option here. If you're looking to get rid of super glue, you could just put it in chat and chat will eat it off of the dragon model. There we go. I filled up all of the friend stations. Heat can also break down certain super glues bond, but don't use that for plastic as it has a low melting point. Exactly. Yeah, it depends on what it's been fixed with, what it's been sorted with. Yeah. Have I gone back to 7 rows again? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we're still at 40 rows. That's nice. Okay, sweet. So how far off of 45 slots are we? Still 5 levels, so that's still going to take us a good few days. But probably by the end of this week, we'll have 45 slots of inventory and be carrying, 2 bodies easily, which would be nice. This is really my aim for this one. After that, 25. I mean, Suspensive Power Drain is useful, but not that much of a build-up. Whereas at this point, after when I get to level 25 exploration, I will likely prioritize combat temporarily, just to get some of these kind of peak threshold ones. So, more health is quite helpful, but it's only 5. Whereas more stamina is very helpful. There was a plus 20 stamina earlier. Or the, 3 more skill points. So we've actually got an additional, you can see here, you've got additional 13 skill points, additional 15 max health so far, additional 25 max stamina. That's not bad. That max stamina is quite helpful. There's things we could probably do as well, detection range for enemies, potentially recognition speed theoretically could make us quicker on certain things, but actually it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. What have we got later on? We've got vehicle fuel efficiency. Yeah. Revealing the fog. That's kind of cool, I guess. Fog of war radius 50% is nice. Hidden caches. Increased amount of loot. Very cool. Body weight is cut with a deep tree perk. You mean gathering tree? I think that was in like 58 or something of the gathering tree. Here we go. Yeah. Corpse volume minus 50%. 58 of the gathering tree for that. I just don't think it's worth it. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like it's a good amount. Compactor range and threat, that's useful. But again, you're talking like high up the tree here. You're getting to 75. Well, at that point, you're looking at, another set of inventory slots, even faster vehicle flight and boost heat. We're talking about scanning range being done better, reduced worm threat by 10% flat. Like, that's awesome. The combat tree, you're talking about getting up to, 75% additional damage, which is absolutely insanely high. The combat tree is very boring to do more skills, but those skills are very useful because, look, we've got 10 skills. Like, we can actually do a lot with that. I'm very tempted by this heavy weapons agility because it's 2, 3, and 4, so it'd be 9 points, and we'd only move 25% slower while using a las gun, rather than the much slower that we currently work at. We could also refund the trauma recovery points, which actually is not a small amount either, because that's level 3. That's the wrong one. That's probably a 1, 3, 4, maybe? Can't remember exactly, but that might also be the same, might also be 9 points. No one is doing gathering your guild. I would be very interested in knowing what the data that Funcom have collected is, because I don't actually think gathering is worth it currently. I don't think anyone's doing that tree as a whole. I'll be honest, you could probably add value by the gathering tree is the average of the other trees. That could be a thing. I could see that working out more nicely. If it's 3D print resin, I definitely would not use isopropyl alcohol, then it might melt the model. The glue is apparently on the joins, the surface looks a bit shiny in the surrounding plastic. Ugh. It's useful to me to come back to the game and start on a new server, so getting the ball rolling by getting more mats helps. Yeah, okay, I guess if you're starting again and you didn't have the perk which gave you didn't have the welcome back package, then yes. Actually, I could see that being a thing, yeah. It's really helping you a limited time to play. I forget that not everyone's a degenerate gamer like me and doesn't sit here playing games all day. That is my bad. Fair point. All fair points. I think this needs a little bit more plastinium in it, that's the problem. Not plastinium, plastone. Different. Gathering that's for solo players, that is, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, gathering saves you time. If time is your concern and you need the resources, then that makes sense. Absolutely, I completely agree. Why did I... Plastone. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. I don't know what the what the Opifire gems do anymore, actually, thinking about them. What would one use Opifire gems for? Are they used in any of the other trees that I've not progressed, like gathering? I don't currently see a use for them in the game. Or ship manifest, same deal? Nothing with them as well. Okay, so they're now just useless drops. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's not a great one. There should be something that those could be used for, or at least converted in, because they're still dropping. Like, you can still get them everywhere inside the game. That's not great. Don't like that. But they're basically just a wasted drop. They are, yeah, we've still gained them this week from trash ships. Yeah, I was just thinking about it to make sure that we had. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. I think once you start buggy farming, the gathering spec becomes unnecessary. Yeah, probably around that kind of stage. Heal up. Grab this. This is all set up for tomorrow, so we've got everything that we would need to go out to the deep desert and do scanning if we really wanted to. So I can just drop that into my inventory tomorrow from this. I'm not sure how much I even use my assault ornithopter anymore. It may even get taken apart. I use my scout or my carrier with box. Depends on if I need storage or not for my journey. You needed a constant flow of things, and it could be good if you're the guild's only farmer. Yeah, but if you compare the relative advantages to, say, the combat tree just gives you a flat reduction of damage against, like, taken and an increase of damage dealt. Like, it's a very difficult proposition. You know, exploration gives you 1% more storage capacity every level. Like, that's an awful lot of improvement. The textures in this seem to still be off. Spec your assault with rockets for the eventual return of PvP. Eventually, yes. But in the meantime, I might as well just disassemble it, because it's just taking up space. Taking up space, not taking up spice. I mean, I use it if I'm doing things like Thopter thumping. If I'm doing, like, solo spice for harvesting, I guess. If it ain't spicing, is it really necessary? Well, exactly, you know. The scout is very much spicing, that's for sure. We are going to go to D3, no, Golf 3 and Charlie 8? Charlie 8 sounds wrong. Delta 8. Okay, the fact that we now glide. I'm gliding upwards at 208. Booster bug? Not at all. No, what this is this change here. So this, vehicle speed increased by 15%. What this means is that the speed of ascent, or the speed that you're traveling along the ornithopter, like the speed at which you start dropping, is dependent on a speed threshold. It works like that in the carrier too, so this is just real busted. I just have infinite upwards flights. We've actually broken physics. What if I boost? How fast do we go at boost? 244 is our maximum boost speed, so we are now rapid. It works with rockets too. I mean, why would I fly with a booster now on a... My assault with rockets would now be... Ooh. This isn't an exploration tree thing. This works really well for combat-fitted vessels. This will get nerfed. I'm almost sure this will get nerfed. Because it doesn't make sense that you can glide upwards infinitely like this, even though you have got, you know, a few days worth of points invested. This actually doesn't make sense from a mechanics perspective, because look, I can fly infinitely upwards at 900 on top of the skybox. This doesn't make sense. You could infinity glide before the update so they further mess physics up. Guzzle gas? No, doesn't guzzle gas at all, because when you're in vulture mode like this, you don't use fuel. I'm in glider mode. The game was like, nah. I've been having this problem all day. I may need to not. That's gonna suck on the ground as well. We might be dead. See, the whole trick, don't panic about the bug. That's how I see it. Geez, the fact that we boosted 245 is phenomenal. No, we've been having a few disconnects today. I think it's likely a local machine issue. It's almost similar to the one that we had for Ark, which was a bit of a weird bug. What do you mean, who's there? There's no one here. You're imagining things. I'm not here. You are completely imagining all of this. That was easy. You're gonna watch Dune again for like the 4th time this year? The new films are incredibly well done, I will say that, yes. They are a very good watch. They're a very good example of like very strong like cinematic skill, I think. They're very well written. Exactly. Was the wind? No one was there. Any idea why? Yeah, the back DLC became too powerful indeed. Yes, that's exactly what the problem is. And I think it's Golf 3 is what I'm looking for. Yes. How high can we climb before we start losing speed? Like, I must be able to get to 900 consistently with this. I know this looks a bit weird. It's because I'm struggling at the top of the skybox, and there's an increased resistance as you get to close to 900 altitude. I don't actually know if we can sit stably at 900. So this is quite nice. Given how quickly on-subs decelerate when you deactivate the thrusters, it's fairly clear Funcom don't understand how physics works. Ultimately, there are many other games where there are flight sim mechanics or flight sim-like mechanics where the flight stuff breaks down once you get to endgame. Because there's a line between realistic flight mechanics and what's fun. For example, realistically, ornithopters wouldn't actually work. We have a cool mollusk that flaps our wings for us. So yeah, realistic physics, but also you have to also remember that, you know, physics can be different on different planets to certain extents. You know, there could be different air densities, there could be other stuff. We could introduce hand wavium to make it okay if we were that upset about it. There was a bug when I launched the game. The Bene Gesserit sprinted into a rock and ended up at around the way. Oh wow, that's, yeah, Methanon, that doesn't sound great. That sounds like a I know what that bug is. That was one of the bugs that we actually tested, ended up reporting to Funcom at length, because we could do it with the wings of an ornithopter, and you could just yeet yourself into the distance like you were fired from a cannon. So yes, I'm glad they did fix that one. But yeah, that being that high up seems like an issue. 220,000 is probably a little bit beyond the skybox limits. Sons of the Forest looks terrifying. It does, doesn't it? Sons of the Forest looks genuinely, actually horrific. I'm a big fan of the survival crafting genre, but that one looks something else. Chapter 4, you think we're going to meet the Fremen? I couldn't suggest anything. Goliath TV. We could see the Fremen. We might see the Fremen's Australian cousins. You know, the Freemen. We don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I know that what we're seeing is the polar ice caps. So I'm really excited. That I'm really hoping that the plan is still to show that area of Dune, because that's an area of the Dune lore that has never been recorded in visual media yet. And that would be really nice. Steve Irwin would write them. Steve Irwin would have 3 pet worms, and they would actually listen to him. That's how it would be. One of them will be a grandfather worm. A pygmy grandfather worm. I can just sense it. It just makes sense. Vision. Still remain. Nice. Steve Irwin is the Muad'Dib. I mean, Steve Irwin is the Kwisatz Haderach. Yeah. That was, yeah. Hello, are you sitting there just looking from behind my phone? You're a very cute cat, aren't you? You went to a zoo, you pet a kangaroo, you cried, it was beautiful. Did you mean for that to rhyme, Wig Diddley? Because that worked quite well. No, it's this one. Which means I can go in with my ornithopter with this rock and just kind of nudge in here. Well, you did a great job. That rhymed. Yeah. Ultimately, I don't want Fremen to be the third playable class, like third playable race. It just doesn't. I don't think it would be fun, because who's going to choose to be Atreides and Harkonnen when you can be the Fremen? Like, we already had an issue of who would choose to be Harkonnen. I find it very funny they've lost where I was. We already had the issue that very few people chose to be Harkonnen over Atreides and on a lot of servers. Like, I don't really know that having the Fremen would lead to any increased balance. So I hope they're not a playable faction, but I do hope we get to meet some of them. Yeah, we'll learn about Thor, Conan, Atreides. Exactly, Volkama. Yeah, you know what's up. Right, give me 1 second to just check a quick DM, and then I'll be right back. Let me just do this. You know the joke about the Harkonnen? There's lots of jokes about the Harkonnen. That was rude. What if the next faction is the water smugglers? It might be. I'd be surprised, but that ultimately means that actually we have to decide between 3 parties that we've worked with in the past. Then we've got to decide between, do we want to work with the Fremen, do we want to work with the water shippers, or do we want to work with the people we're already working with, Alara Tuek? Because obviously Alara and those smugglers, the black market operators, are one of what we find out is one of 3 ways onto Arrakis that one can really do secretly. So we're gonna have to rely on. We're basically gonna start with one of those 3 by mistake. Do you blame anyone who would want to be the Fremen? Not at all. No, it makes more sense. I would want to be Fremen, but that's why I don't think in a game balance position. House Ordos would be a nice one. X-Core, Wayfinders. There you go. Compactor Mark 6 is quite a nice thing to find. Got a lot of micro sandwich 5s, etc. And some of these. We're very, very low on these, so actually it's good for us to grab them. What's allowing you to increase altitude and maintain speed in your Orni? It is this ability here in the exploration tree at level 20. The vehicle speed increase 15%. So I can glide upwards if I really want to. Not a problem, AP Fade to Black? Yeah, it's definitely, I'm very sure that will get patched. It's really weird to angle above that line and to be climbing and also gaining in speed. It's really strange, but I don't necessarily mind it that much. It's quite fun. I guess it does reward you from investing so heavily into the exploration tree, but it already feels like the exploration tree is very strong, so I'm not sure this is needed. It does feel kind of overpowered, let's be honest. I've realized looking at my uniques that I missed a ton of early game ones. I need to go back and run South Haga POIs. It's something that you can do slowly over time. It's something that I think I want to do as well, is to slowly, like, fill in some of these, especially iron. Iron and steel I've got very little in. I'm almost nearly full on all the Duralumin ones, though. Not the Duralumin ones, all the Plastinium ones. We're doing really well on that. I agree with you. I think that given the story of what we've seen so far, and obviously I'm not going to talk about what the story is, so spoiler reasons for anyone who hasn't seen it yet who's playing. But I don't think that we will become Fremen, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that one. I wonder... Do I have my compactor on me? Do. I don't know what the extra loot that we'll get from these now will be. 4 Solari. Oh my god, we're rich. Yeah, we're rich. I don't need the open fire gems anymore, but good damn I want them. They have the word gems in them. It must mean they're delicious. You certainly see the main quest line. Doing the main quest line is a good idea, yeah. For many reasons. Mostly what it unlocks. I really don't need the Opifiers. I don't think I actually got the location right here. Basically, you need a fresh gun you can put an augment on, and then you can do the main quest. Yes, that sounds about right. Why can't we harvest flower sand with harvester? Because the flower sand is hard-coded differently to the way that spice is. So in terms of development time, they need to make that work differently. Why was that left-clicking? Weird. So that's why, yeah, ultimately they were set up differently. That's why the behavior of the... What's it called? The behavior of spice when it's hit by a compactor is different than the behavior of flower sand is, because they are hard-coded differently. Yeah. I don't know. As much as we might make jokes about Funcom, I would be clear that I do think they have done a substantial job of listening to us where it comes to some of the changes in the game. And that they are looking to move things better kind of as we go forward. So I have to give them the benefit of the doubt on it all, you know. I have to be reasonable and honest. Like, there are plenty of games I play where the devs will be like, now the players are wrong, go and F yourself. Funcom have never done that in my life, any of these bugs, especially even if they're ones that only we are experiencing. Funcom at least hear us out. So, you know. This is an incredibly quick way of getting large amounts of endgame resources, that's for sure. Plasteel, composite parts. And Solari, 5 Solari. They should probably add Solari more into the sands, because 5 Solari at times kind of a spit in the face. You'll never forgive them for leaving the secret world? Why is that? I can't remember specifically what Funcom did to the secret world, so that's why I'm asking. I don't normally know if it was anyone who's actually at Funcom anymore who did that, or what that was, but... Again, my memory not so good. You don't think it was Funcom's doing? Yeah, see, neither did I, from my understanding of what took place with Secret World. It was his. I mean, it's one of his favorite games of all time. Yeah, Secret World was one of his absolute favorites. Oh, chat, big sniff. Oh, delightful. Yeah, look at that. Amazing. Delightful big sniff. Yeah, you guys did great with that. Yeah, big sniff. Enjoy that spice. Yeah. Meow, are you shouting at me using the buttons on the stream deck, baby? Yeah, okay, hi. Hi. That's the keyboard. That's the screenshot button. Thank you. Hi, you want to see everyone? You want to jump down? There you go. You want to jump down? Okay, you didn't want to go down the other way that you normally go. That would have been too easy. Meow. Yeah, meow to you too. Where was I going? Meow. Hi. That monitor is dummy thick light. It's 49 inches. It's a Samsung Odyssey G9. It was my Christmas present to myself while it was on sale. You clipped that, did you? I'm glad. Did I get it? Did I get the cameras turned on time for you guys to see him then? I'm guessing I did. Well, see, my back's still hurting from the weekend as well, so I can't imagine how bad Thor's is. Jeez. Do I don't need to boost anymore? No, not now I've got this new speed buff. Like boosting I could do, but why would I press Q when I can just post? Hello. Okay. Yeah, you're an adorable cat, aren't you? Hello, little cat. It is easier to do this job at nighttime, by the way, scanning the deep desert for drops, just so those of you in chat know, because at nighttime you can see the little dots more easily. That's quite hard to see when it's orange in the daytime. If we could reset our UI, that would be real nice. We could change the color to not be sand colored. Hi. Yeah, who's a nice cat? You want attention, do you? Oh, there's just a whole broken sand bike in here. Been a while since I saw a whole sand bike inside one of those scanned. Not since launch, actually, I think. Meow. I know you're a baby, aren't you? You want everyone to be able to see you again on the camera? Is that what it is? You want attention? I need to press this button then, don't I? Look at that. It's a little cat. Meow. It was your fault you were feeding the worm? That makes sense. I could see that being a thing, Kawaii Cause. I can't believe you've done this to us. Hi, have you come to sit right next to me asking for a fuss? Meow. Yeah, you're a cute cat, aren't you? Why are we not getting any scan results here? That might be why we're not getting scan results. I think we just disconnected. Yeah, okay, who's a good baby cat? Apparently Bailey is. Sorry, Alpha DMA, we only allow English here, so you will need to not write in Russian or Cyrillic. The worm was hungry, it was chasing you like a snack. You are a snack, that's why. Why, cause. Hello, Jester Maddox. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing, dude? Good to see you. We're still in F4. Yeah, F4 should have... It does. Oh, we've already scanned that one, that's why. Thought my back hurts to lie down. Meatball, my time has come. It's Meatball's moment. It is Meatball's time to shine, exactly. Meatball was born for this day. Meatball's been waiting for Thor's back to get bad for like 2 years. That was, okay. That's a new drop that you don't see in these. Okay, I don't need the Solari. Solari's now a meme. Everything else, we take. Three up on the cell side. No. Damn. Hello. I didn't see where the... Oh, okay, it was earlier than I was. I thought it was beyond the ridge, but actually it was not beyond the ridge. There's still one more up here. Solari is the memeiest meme ever memed. I'm literally Scrooge McDuck in a gold pile. I mean... You could literally just grab it all and just put it... I could just make a bunch of aluminium and make a bunch of rad suits. I just don't really want to because it's really boring and unengaging gameplay. I've got 2 million. Well, 1.8 million still. No, apparently I have 0 Solari. Thank you, game. That's not at all concerning. Okay, I'm sorry, devs. I take it back. Dune is amazing. There are no bugs. Please, could I have my Solari back? I promise to try and be less British about these cultural artifacts. Hi, do you want me to come and check your food bowl? Is that what it is? Yeah, you want me to check your food bowl? I love being able to turn upwards and glide at speed. That's nice. Okay, who's a lovely little cat? Is it Bailey? I think it might be Bailey. Okay, chat, the ads will be here in about 15 seconds. Make sure that you get up, stretch your legs, have some water, take your laundry out of the dryer. I'm going to go and feed this little cat while we fly, so I'm going to leave you guys kind of chilling. We'll even fly, you know, we'll even fly in a confusing manner for you. But that's probably where the money... That's probably Thor's taken all the Solari, so I'll be right back. Welcome back after those ads, everyone. Thank you so much for bearing with. I did indeed stretch. I even went to go and feed B because he decided that he was very hungry. So you know that's B's normal state. So thank you all for bearing with. Dick said that he did something stupid, made another character, gone to level 150 in 4 days. You say stupid, I say committed. That's just doing well. Laundry in, proud of you, Wigdiddly. Good job. Wife has laundry this week. You're off the hook, and you did, however, have to do your shopping this weekend. Not sure which is worst. Ooh, that's a challenge. That depends on the individual, I think. That's the problem. It's a very subjective set of problems, that one. How are you able to hover so low without attracting worms? I'm just not staying in one place long enough in the deep desert to let the worms come and get me. Okay, there's a storm. Let's wait a minute. We could go to Harko Village and look at the cosmetics because I think I've got enough script and enough unlocked to get some of the higher level ones. I think I'm at 14 house ranking now, which is great. Hang on a second. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, someone said I'm just dealing with an unban request quickly. 4, 5, 6. Thor hurt him spine. He's joined us. He is indeed. He's joined us in the despining zone. I sent some operatives to despine him, so he knew what it was like. That's what happened.
Ah, yes.
Let's see. So you reset in 3 hours. We've got the spice worker's garb. We apparently. Oh yeah, we can't buy things that we haven't already got in our inventory. But we've got quite a lot of house script. We've got 44,000 of the house script, so that's kind of neat.
I never forget a face or silhouette. Are we looking for something new?
These are all the swatches that we already have. Look at all of these. Ooh, nice. The person I'm thinking of isn't here. They are the weapons vendor from Harko. They are over in this corner. Just joined. What do they change in durability? So durability has been changed in 3 separate ways, and each of them impact on the other, which is why it's kind of difficult to keep them all steady. So the first change is when you repair an item, you lose some of its maximum durability. First thing that they've done is make it so that when you do that, rather than 20% max durability being lost by default, it's now 15%. That's very, very, you know, that's very much a nice change. That's 25% less degradation of your items over time. Secondly, when you die, you now lose 2% of your durability rather than 5%. Well, that's actually an absolutely massive increase, because that goes from 20 deaths, sorry, to do a full bar worth of your gear, maybe a little bit less because of obviously the actual use of those items. Whereas with 2%, you can die 50 times in a dungeon, is the equivalent. The final change is that they've doubled the base durability of all items on top of those other two. So where it had 100% durability now, everything has 200%. This means that the crafting tree is even stronger because this grants 10%. 10% durability increase is going to be massive because actually that's now 10% of 200 rather than 10% of 100 if you're just using 100 as the base. So in terms of durability, those three changes mean that it's significantly less punishing across the board, which is really nice. Which is what we've needed, obviously, for a long time. So what I was saying about the dungeons being very punishing, now we don't have to worry about it so much. So this lady sells fun things, special wares. Contraband, heavy armor variants. So these are all the contraband types. These are different skins for the ornithopters, etc. I'm not... Luther's already got a bunch of these ones. So we don't want... I don't necessarily want to grab any of the contraband ones despite having a large amount of the house script. I mean, maybe I could get the carrier, but it's not... I know Sabu's got the carrier already. Hello, Mango. How are you doing? Thank you very much for that 9 months for the server, baby. Krongo sounds like a dog, but I'm fine with that. They probably... I think a child of ours would be about that smart, so I could probably work with that, Mango. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. Thank you so much again for that. On death, 3% or 3 points of damage. So you got so since you say it got 200, no, it did not. It does not have 200% ability. It's more they double the base. So when you die, you're taking 2% damage in total of the new amount. So it'll be, well, it would be the equivalent of 4 before, but so that basically offsets some of that. But it's still less than it was when you were losing 5%. So the combined effect of all of that actually means that durability loss is significantly lessened. So it's 2% rather than 3. And it's 2% of that new top base, I'm guessing. That's how that would work in terms of language. So that's still, without that reduction, that would be 4%, which is still less than the 5% that we had before. So they've just basically done a swathe of durability damage reduction, which is really nice. Here we go. Harkonnen, Scoutthopter Lasgun. Harkonnen Enforcer Lasgun variant. So, okay, well, we're going to get the sword variant. And we're going to get the las... Because that's basically all we use. Why not? I don't really want that one. I might just save the points. I like the armor looks. The armor looks, I think, are quite cool. The Sandcrawler could be cool as well. And the buildable. So I'm just going to keep saving my script. I don't need to spend it right now. The damage is all percentage based and doubling the base does nothing. Well, if 2% of... That's the problem, ASL. It does make a difference because 2% of the new base, so 2% of 200%, is 4% in total of the original, which was when it was 5%. So 5% of 100 and 2% of 200, you're still losing less, and everything's got more durability as a whole. You've got that one. If you want to see it, it's not good. Oh, okay. Talk about bans. You got one for more than a year on Thor's channel. I start to get pretty proud of it. Oh god. Did you get unbanned, Odu? Did you want to get unbanned? No more jokes, you promise? Absolutely fine. I know how it is. Sometimes things get taken out of context or they don't get understood with the full intention, but I will obviously look up the user first just to make sure. Thank you. That's unhelpful. Slash user. Yes. Yeah, that I can see why. You actually got banned by me. You actually got banned by me on the, oh wow, 11th of March 2024, Odu. That's impressive. That was a long time ago. Yeah, you asked a politics question. I can see why that was reviewed the way it was. And to be honest with you, I'm happy to be able to unban you. You seem like a very reasonable person. So I will need to click on your name. Do this. Set you free from suffering. No longer a suspicious user. You've been set free. Not a problem. Always a pleasure. Arthur, you said that you crashed. What happened to Thor? Thor's back decided that, well, Thor decided that his back was too bad, that he didn't want to be stretching it and causing any further harm. There are unban requests. You never realized that? You have to amp up the trolling. Yes, there are unban requests, but if you get, let's be real, if you show up in the unban request and you've been banned more than once before, it's unlikely you're getting unbanned. Like, that's a whole thing. Yeah, his DLC has unfortunately not helped him out a lot. I did say last night he needs to rest and take it easy. Like, that's the most important thing to do. If you pull a muscle in your back, you need to rest. You shouldn't be stretching it. You shouldn't be doing anything with it. Let it rest. He did the old bend down while being nearly 40. Exactly. Yeah. Who would do that? Who would do a bend down while being nearly 40? Honestly, I can't believe it.
Storm is approaching.
Good day, long-time lurker, and a quick question if I may. Do private server admins have the ability to delete base structures? No, Feral Moon TV, they do not. If you use !point server settings, you can see all of the settings I have access to. It's a screenshot of my dashboard. Not a problem. No, unfortunately they do not. Why do you ask? Has your base gone missing and therefore you want to make sure it wasn't the admin? If that is the case, you don't have what I would call a trustworthy admin if you're not approaching it by trust by default. So, if you do need to relocate, we do have options. You had a basic mute, but there were a couple of bugs originally, but it depends on how long has it been since you built the base? You know, I have to go through all of the basic questions. In the last month, did you run out of power in the base, essentially? Oh, yeah. Oh, geez, Serena, that's awful. Fire hose, like, water pressure is incredibly strong, and messing around with that is not wise. I hope they're okay and they've got, like, a path back to recovery, Serena, because that is awful, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Rookie was being complete stupid. Yeah, that's all it takes is a second of that kind of stupidity. And geez, like I say, I hope that they recover quickly. It's not an easy path, I know. What is going on? Interesting. I'm not really liking what the server has been doing. I've had a couple of disconnects, haven't I? Might be what it is. Funcom are trying to prevent me from becoming too powerful again, chat. That's what it is. Oh, how much? We've actually got a lot more capacity for this. Fine. Look at all of this. We've got many bodies. I mean, friends, very, very good friends that we've invited for drinks. We're getting them all tucked in and snugly, you know. And then we're not wearing an environmental suit for any reason. That's nothing to be alarmed about. If you're, you know, it's just the waiting staff will be wearing, you know, radiation suits for your safety, chat. Still no hints what the empty slot on your character is. What empty slot? There's no empty slot anymore. Look, see? What empty slot? Nothing there. What are you talking about? You heard on the stream we call it the hospital. We call it the hotel. This is the hotel's west wing. This is just where, you know, we invite the guests in. There's also the hotel lobby, which is full of guests. Very popular hotel. The Hotel California, exactly. How long did it take to get that rad suit? Not that long, although Luther, I think, farmed this one and then upgraded it for me, which is very kind. Luther is the resident German badass who made this base. He likes to complain. This is Luther.
Oh, good lord.
Kronos complains about me, whereas Demnar sounds like this.
Kronos uppies?
Very different, as you can see. Telling me you're some kind of vampire sucking corpses dry of water? No, we are encouraging and taking part in good water discipline. There's nothing more to it than that. How is that your introduction?
Kronos uppies?
Well, Sabu, I haven't got voice lines for you, so you don't get these yet. Although I have got Harpy's one at some point I need to implement. What do Sabu sound like? Sabu sounds like a Dutch person. Whereas Luther, sometimes people are a bit confused about Luther's accent when they first meet him, when they have conversations, but he's definitely German. Aren't you, Luther? Definitely no other countries. Luther knows. Excuse me, don't call Mango a Scottish person. That's very, very rude to Scots. You can't call Welsh people Scottish. That's very, very rude to the Scottish. It's very much not what you normally sound like. I'm pretty sure you always sound like this, Demnar. Yeah, Kronos uppies. That's exactly what you sound like, right? You know what? I can just take all. Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, I didn't call you English. I wouldn't be complimenting you, Mango. Okay, we are set up inside of Dune pretty comfortably now for tomorrow. We've got the scanners that we want for the reset. We can go and fly out in our carrier with our cargo container to go and build the new base at the start of the stream, and then we can do tomorrow's activities, deep desert, etc. from there. I'll repair my suspensor belt. What we will likely do then, if I'm set up in June for tomorrow, is that I will likely go and play Mugenics and we'll start a new save, because that game is deeply funny and full of chaos. So we could do that. The thing. Wigdiddly, if you do happen to have any hilarious voice recordings of Sabu, you are free to provide them across. Because Sabu also streams. That's that's under fair use, right? Luther is in the Harkonnen Ornithopter, that's the one. So this is the Harko. So basically it's, okay, so it's the normal Harko one, but with this kind of cool looking paint on it. Can you reskin this, Luther, to be non-Harkonnen colors, but it retains this pattern?
Those are non-Harkonnen colors. I can put on the Harkonnen.
Oh wait, those
ones.
are non-Harkonnen, but they're black and red. Oh,
Default
okay.
Harkonnen colors. before was a white and red pattern.
What's the Atreides one like? Do we know? Can we can't get the Atreides one, can we?
It's also, I think it's a fish male one.
Oh, it's got scales. It would be like the Atreides to have a fish-shaped one, wouldn't it? Awful. You can get all of them. Where do we get... Oh, I guess I have to go to Arakeen, I'm guessing, for that. That makes sense. That sounds good. That's we've got that in writing. Can we get a shout out for Sabu's channel? You can. That's the wrong command. Let's not just sit here in the quicksand. There you go, that's Sabu's channel. If you want to get voice lines of Sabu, you can do that. Feel free. Arakeen. The contraband vendor, yeah. What's for sale? Is the weapons vendor for Alara Turret the same in actually no, that's uniquely, that's independent of Harkonnen versus Atreides, so that's not the same one. Interesting. Oh, my back is. Thor's probably infected me with dodgy spine. Which one of you guys brought the dodgy spine from Thor's stream to mine? Honestly, I can't believe it. But which one of you did this? It was probably Zapharoth, wasn't it? Was it you? I'd believe it was Zapharoth. It was many of you. All of you brought it. Like, this is unacceptable, and to be honest with you, quite rude. I just here minding my own business, and you're bringing Thor's bad back to my chat. Can't believe it. I can't believe you'd infect me with bad spine. My spine was fine. Yes, exactly. Mango is right. I famously have a very normal and average spine. Famously, exactly. Frey, that's curse knowledge that you should 100% share.
Welcome back.
Ooh, Albatross 5, Steady Assault Boost 5, Sand, so Knight Rider 2, Buggy Mark 3.
Welcome back.
Boot Mark 3, Albatross, and Steady Assault Boost. So we've got that one. We've got the Albatross we've got, and what was the other one? It was the bigger buggy boot, Mark 3. Mark 3. I think we've got all of those then.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, so that was one missing item. One missing item. Okay, I did get the desert bike as well. Just trying to unlock all the ones that I haven't got.
Hello again.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers, exactly, Dr. Crowley. Yeah. Shouldn't I be able to buy the Atreides variant here? You go to the opposite city for the Oh, there's a vendor in Harco for it, is there? Ah, okay.
Oh, hey there, friend.
I was going to say, I don't remember doing that before. Ooh. Oh, I cracked my neck and suddenly I can see stars. Wow. That's a normal response, right? That's completely fine. Perfectly reasonable. What could be the problem? What could be a problem there about that? Honestly, for me, I think that's perfectly fine. It makes sense that there's a contraband vendor for each one. I just need to remember where the contraband vendor is for the Atreides here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was seeing actually, yeah, exactly. I was actually seeing Kevin Hart rather than The Rock. But yeah. Brad Pitt was 100% there. So was Tom Cruise. I think it's that one, isn't it? Your laundry sounds like a tank. You think you need to realign it? Quite possibly, yeah. Neck Pop and Sting Stars is a new age DLC downloading. Perfect. Not a problem. Dubstep laundry. That's what happens when it's not mounted properly. Yeah.
Can't get...
Brady's Envoy Sandbike variant. Okay. Envoy Mauler, Karpov, Enforcer Karpov. Ooh, the Atreides sword looks quite nice. We'll take the lasgun one option as well. 25,000 for the Scout Thopter though, Jesus. Can I get the Assault Ornithopter or the Carrier? There's the Envoy Ornithopter. Where's... That's the... Am I just having a moment? Where is the Assault Thopter for the Atreides? Do the Atreides not get an assault in this? Or am I having a moment? You didn't see a Harco assault? I could have sworn I saw a Harco assault. We're in Harco Village. I can just check. I'm having a Strong. That sounds about right. No, see, the one that was in there was the one that's for Solari, not for Script.
What will it be?
Whereas we definitely, Harkonnens definitely have an Assault Thopter. I'm sure of it. Oh, maybe I'm just imagining it. No, there's no Assault Thopter in here either. Okay, no, never mind. I'm just going mad. Yeah, never mind. There is no assault. I must be thinking of the contraband one then. That must be what I'm thinking of. Very easily done. I told you, I do make mistakes. I'm not flawless. The one that's in here is for Solari. It's not for Script. These are already ones that existed before. This is the one I already have this one on it, but I'm talking about the new variant, which is these. So we'll get the we'll try out the Atreides one. Why not? Show you guys what that looks like. You love Salami? Good job. Proud of you. Salami loves you too, I guess. You bought the contraband carrier and it's ugly, really weathered and rusty looking. Hey, that's not a nice... It's well loved, Bitter Fox. Well loved. Does it become Solari if dried in the sun? It could do. Maybe. Maybe. Salami becomes Solari. I could see that happening. What do we do? No, that's the old password. Yeah, that was the new one. Good. Sweet. I very nearly put the old password in, but I caught myself. That's the main thing that matters, chat. Oh, it's got like a hex pattern. Weird. Why did it dive so hard there? Strange. What's the password? Well, the old one was me being mean to Thor, so it was one of my meme ones. The new one is slightly less memery. Now I need it to be daylight so I can actually see my ornithopter properly. I don't mind the hex pattern. It just looks a bit... To be honest with you, the hexes could just actually be a bit more accentuated and it would make a lot more sense. Also, they don't fit very well on the body. Oh, it works nicely with the blue. What about the green? How does that go? We'll go with black for the wings. I quite like the color of the blue in this light, but we'll have to see how it looks in the daylight. This is... Ooh, okay. I'm guessing Luther's got the sandcrawler stuff. They must have run out of time designing these variants. What am I standing on? Oh. Oh, this is... okay.
The community stat.
This isn't the worst. It looks very heavy duty, which is nice. Although the top of it not having any spray paint on it is kind of weird. Like the fact that it's spray paint on the bottom and then the top is completely different texture and color is kind of odd, but fine. I guess that makes sense. Hello, Curly. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Of all the new skins, I quite like that one, Luther. Actually, that's not bad. I can work with that. It looks like I would expect from a a desert harvesting operation. I'm doing very well, thank you. I had a very productive weekend, and now I'm just kind of having a less productive week, which is great. It looks used. Well, yeah, that's like most of our sand crawlers. They're pretty heavily used. Yeah. You love that? I'm glad. How was your weekend? What have you been up to? What do you mean vehicle is out of range? Lies. Well, we can't always be productive. It's about taking a break sometimes, isn't it? Right, let's go have a look at the sword that we've got, so we can now reskin this. So obviously, this is from the last Chapter 2 DLC. This is from Chapter 2 DLC. That was just before Chapter 2. This is the Atreides Envoy. That's the the Harkonnen one is pretty brutal. Let's see. Oh, that's a real nasty looking sword. I like that. Your weekend was wonderful. You didn't feel great, so you rested. It was good. I'm glad. Honestly, I think the whole thing this year is about getting being okay with taking the break when the body's says that you need it. I think it's the whole thing, you know. We can do some fashion maxing. I mean, there's not that much fashion maxing one can do when you're in a rad suit, but, you know, you can make it work. This is worse than when I had access to all the things in RuneScape for customizing my character. Jeez, I can be here for hours. Yeah, that works. Now I feel pretty brutal. Nice. Judge Freak, hello. 9 months. Your bread is calm now. Your bread is perfectly toasted. I think you'll see, as you can see in your inventory right now. It's perfect. Oh, I love the amount of customization we have in this. I can even customize what I want my bag to be called. This is my handbag. It's named after Paul Rudd's character from Friends, which is a very obscure reference. There we go. I will hydrate. Thank you, Kawaikos. I'll hydrate indeed. So yeah, yep, it's a good Friends reference there. Remember, if you're going to rename, for those of you wondering, if you're renaming your it can't contain objectionable content, so no profanity or slurs, etc. So, but this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I don't see what the problem is. I don't know why everyone's so upset. What about coloring the rad suit? I just did. I did color the rad suit. Right, so let's have a look at this. Dune Watcher, we have actually at a higher tier now. What's the difference? 370 versus 346, so basically it's an extra 10% damage. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a poll, because you guys have some choices now. As a chat, also, well, first of all, we'll do this. We'll be, who's a good chat? Good chat. Yeah, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to put up a poll now, chat. And you guys are going to get to choose between if I do more Dune, in which case I'll do Dungeons and I'll do Deep Desert. Or I'll go and experiment on cats in eugenics. What do Dune, Deep Desert, and Dungeons? Okay, DD and Dung. And then we'll go eugenics, cat science. You have 3 minutes starting now. And then the ads will be here. Great. The clicker. I have a clicker. Good chat. Who's a good chat? Who's a good chat? Good chat. Good job. Proud of you all. That's not deeply disrespectful. Because you guys can do it to me too, which is fair. That's what you guys were doing earlier. It's on you. Who's a good chat? Who's a good chat? Why isn't the clicker in the vote? You can't just play clicker over and I can't. I'm not just gonna sit there like clicker, but clicker, clicker, Flicker. I'm not quite willing to sit there and do that. Hello, DeCheesy, how are you doing? It's daylight. Time to go and look at our new Ornithopter skin. Insane, yes. Glad that you've met me. You're just getting up. It's nearly 5:30 p.m., man. Luther, this isn't. You can't park here, okay, you are dismantling it. Okay, actually, it looks quite nice in the daylight with the blue. The green on the wings is not the one. That's definitely not what I told them to have on the wings. Why can I change the swatch on one side but not the other? As I can't change these ones, but I can already change these ones. So I can make that one blue, make that one blue, but I couldn't change the other ones to black. Ooh, the red's not bad. Ooh. If it was more visible, like the patterning on the black, it would be great, but it looks a bit like scratches rather than it looking like the hex pattern. Oh, chat, the ads are here. Make sure you grab yourself some water, stretch your legs. I'm going to go and do my physio exercises, and I will be right back. Whoop. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with during those ads. I hope that you are doing well. During the ads, I decided to have a little bit of a fun fly through the what's the word? Through the rift. Really? Wait, I'll take that. Thank you, Balthazar. You love the zoomies and stabbies attack? Oh, jeez. Okay, frame rate. I would like some of those frames, please. The game decided it didn't want any frames there, so none of those for you as well in chat, just so you know. That felt slightly mean. I don't regret it, but it did feel slightly mean. Oh, but there's also melange spiced beer here. Do you like melange beer? What do we not need a lot of? We need less of the heavy, the light caliber compressor, so we'll take the melange spiced beer. You only get 360p frame, so you can donate your frames? Oh, okay, well, it's nice of you to share your frames, Balthazar. It's very kind. Any melange spicy things? No, no melange spice. Probably some more enemies up top. I'm mostly here for... I don't know how he could finish that and immediately fire both shots in the drill shot, but that's remarkable. Nice looking sword. This is the Harkonnen variant skin of the sword that you can get from leveling up Harkonnen. So this is actually just the replica pulse sword, but the skin on it is the Harkonnen Enforcer sword. Yeah. It's cosmetics, I know. I can't believe it. Cosmetics with a KH because I'm using them. Remember, any time I can, we'll replace it with like KHR, like Crowsmetics, for example. Do I switch between sword and rapier depending on activity? At the moment, I'm switching between sword and the dual daggers, but I don't actually really need the dual daggers. I'm kind of just making do with the sword. The same sword that you have, quite likely, yes. Come on. Stab. This sniper is about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Just standing there letting me kill all of his friends. Yeah, exactly. You've got it right there, Balthazar. Cosmetics with a K. Get some water, because our character is indeed short on water, something I didn't really think about before I left the base. Did I just hit his friend so hard that he died? That's how you know I played a little bit too much Dune Awakening, when I kill an enemy and the enemy next to them dies. Damn. Really, only 9 of the pumps? That's not great. He truly never fought his friends. Why does that point song never work for you? It was working earlier. Is it broken again? Are you looking on the right part of the screen for it, Alpha? Because it has moved today. Is it not working? I'm trying to fix my UI. Let me fix my UI. The funny part is the reason that is off is because Bailey seems to have pressed a hotkey. Can you try again now? Genuinely, I think B might actually have stolen it. Yeah. 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 Genuinely, Bailey stole exclamation point song from you all. Fine.
Identify yourself.
Apologies. I can never really speak for Bailey. Just kind of had to deal with the output of what he says, which is often chicken. Now now it comes all the way from the right side and stops at left. Did it not save? It should be coming in from the top and then dropping down. Yeah, it should come. It comes to the top and goes out to the left. There you go. If you use exclamation point song, let's see that's how it goes. One of you do exclamation point song. Did I leave it off again? There we go. That's okay. So I know the hotkey that he pressed. Good job, B. There you go. Try again. It's the first day after doing a bunch of stream improvements. Oh, it freaks out, doesn't it? I wonder if it's because... Oh. Let's try this. I think I might know what's doing this, actually. That shows. So I actually need to do this. Just go back to live. Change live. So that currently playing has a different transition. Okay, there you go. That should now be set up and working properly without it teleporting across the screen. What was I doing down here? I'm losing this. See if it disappears the way I want it to. Go on. Go. Be gone. That way. Sweet. That way you guys can still see the song, which is the main goal. Nope, you are very welcome to thank me at all. Sorry that it's broken, but I'm glad that it's fixed. This game has so much potential. I'd say that it still does have potential. I don't think it's not a matter of past tense. I don't think it's very much present tense. They've made a huge amount of improvements, Jimothy. So I don't know. I can't say it went off the left. That's the whole idea. It comes down from the top and then should pop in on the left. Apparently everything is respawned, so that's interesting. That's very nice execution there. If I accept this one, and then I abandon this one. Oh no, it didn't give me the one I wanted. Shame. I was hoping it would give me a one to do the flight through the rift. One of my favorite missions. I really enjoy that because it's like, you know, it's flight acrobatics. I'm not really happy with the continued disconnects though. That's not great. Which means I don't really want to risk doing the dungeons or the deep desert. Into the Rift of It, is that what it's called? Is that the one, Quackos? Oh, this feels just so, like, the vehicle just feels so much fun to fly. Like, why would I build a buggy when I can do this? When this is the only thing I want to do inside of Dune is just fly, like, this is why I want them to give us, like, rift areas in the deep desert that we have to fly through like this. Or even give us, like, no-fly areas, just to create a room for things where there's no, when you don't need the actual flight. Because, ultimately, like, why would I fly when I can... So why would I go on the ground in a buggy when I have the freedom of flight? Racing could be fun. I would like to set some races up. I think it'll be good fun to do, like rift racing. It's just a matter of, like, if you make a single mistake in a rift race, that's it, you're done. Like, you're just toasted. There's no coming back from it. If you make a single mistake, then there's just no way you can win. Is kind of how I see that. Oh, why is this chugging so much? Hate this. Hate it. I mean, how many of you would want to do races for ornithopters if we could make some kind of flight path? I do, Thought2K. I should have both options. I should have vertical and horizontal mode for you. That's the way it should be doing it anyway. There should be 2 different canvases. You don't see both, only one? What do you mean when you say map mode racing? What do you mean by map mode racing? Oh, you could have people standing around as checkpoints. That would be probably doable. It wouldn't be that much fun though. I don't think that would be. When I think about a race, that's not what I'm thinking of in the same way. I want Funcom to give us more tools for it, really. This comes back to my point about being able to do events on the server of like cool shit, you know. Gonna need some of this for tomorrow. Let's take 200 of that. Actually, I know something that I could do. We'll do that now as well. That's a lot of probes. You plan something diabolical? I'm planning to scan the entirety of the deep desert tomorrow. That's what I'm planning on doing. I'm having a strong. Here we go. Luther, why have you still got a scrap buggy chassis on your buggy? Buggy cutter Mark. Where are all of our Mark 6 buggies? I think I have an idea. You ate them, Timmy. You jump back into Dune after the Chapter 3 update? Did they do something to durability? Oh, did they? We have recently had a patch, Thor2K, where all of your durability of all your items is doubled, which is awesome. It's now 2% loss of total durability rather than 5% loss of durability when you die. And when you repair your gear, you're only losing 15% at maximum rather than anything less than that. Rather than less than 20%. So you're going to be taking less durability damage long term. Your items will all last longer, and if you die, that you'll be less punished for it. It's literally the changes to durability that we've wanted for a long time, which is nice. This is kind of ridiculous in the carrier with the boost heat build-up reduction. Can I fly level in the can I fly upwards in the carrier? Apparently so. Okay, I am actually slightly losing altitude in the carrier. That's a thing. Can I fly upwards in the carrier though, or am I going to lose speed below 160? Okay, infinite flight carrier is also a thing. This carrier will fly upwards, chat. That level 20 exploration slaps really hard. Yes. Default giant vertical mode, you don't see the option to go 18.9? That's weird, because people earlier were saying that it was fine. I'll have to have a play around with it, I think. I see two different streams. How would one swap if able? That's a good question. Let me go and have a look. Oh, it looks like, yeah, there's a so there are two options on my homepage. So, do you not see both of these? So that's the vertical version. I need to set the names. I just need to differentiate the names in the thumbnail. That's what it is. That's fine. That's the feedback there is just differentiating the name for the thumbnail, etc. You see both? Yeah, so one of them is... I'll just need to say one of them is desktop, one of them is vertical mode. I just need to differentiate that when I'm setting them up. I can do that directly from my software, which is fine. Thank you for letting me know, though, so I can learn that for tomorrow. Appreciated. That also means I've likely missed one half of YouTube chat today, then, potentially. Out of fuel. Okay, makes sense. I said if I'm low on... Yeah, so when that's just on me to learn how to differentiate them better. What's the percentage durability at which items become unrepairable? It's not, for me, it's not really worth doing once they're below about 45% for a combat item or 33% for a non-combat item. Like if you can't, if the maximum, maybe basically call it a third. Why is one of my hands really cold? Hello, Lobo? Well, that comes down to my unified chat issue, Balthasar. If I could unify chat on my teleprompter, then I wouldn't have a problem. So I need to see if I can do that. Don't know, I feel the new durability is not good enough. Really? You don't think that the three combined is enough? Not only can you die twice as often for less durability loss, the base is increased by 100% and the loss upon repair is reduced by 15%, not including the other buffs that you can get on it from crafting. I don't know, I think that's kind of a lot. What more will you expect? Well, what more do we want from durability? Because I already think this change is huge. One can die many times in high-level labs, yeah, but this way you could die 30 or 40 times and still have your gear. Whereas beforehand, 20 times was enough and your gear would never be able to be used. So it's, again, it's more than doubled. It's, you know, it's a huge amount of increase. With crafting and perks, it's more like 400%. Well, once your crafting's maximized, yes, it would be, because you'll take if an item before the patch had 100 durability, it will now have 200. With crafting at level 100, you're getting double durability. So that 200 is becoming 400 from what it was before the patch, which is wild. You can collect with a buggy? Yeah, collecting the fuel cells with the buggy is the best way of doing it. God damn it. Your Telemon Dreadnought proxy arrived and one of the pieces is damaged? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Hopefully they'll make it good, but it's always annoying when you've been waiting for something like that for a while. God damn.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A Coriolis storm build up? Oh no. Whatever will we do? We're prepared for that. What's our total buggy size here? Okay, well, we're not far off a full already, so that's kind of wild. Immense model, though. What model is it, Crowley? Yeet. Yeah, but you said it's a proxy, so what are you using as the proxy? What's the model? What I mean. Vehicle's inventory is full at 10,000 fuel cells. Oh, thank you, Crowley. I'll have a look after stream. Appreciate it. This is the one place I don't mind driving because there's no risk of worm here. We're up top on the shield wall. You got unscrungled and you got more scrungled. What do? Sleep. Have sleep. Sleep, let your body heal, and then try re-scrungling and then unscrungling again in future. Scrungle and de-scrungle again. A bit like turning it off and on again, but for a spine. I wonder how these gazillions of good fuel cells end up on Arrakis. They grow naturally from the fuel cell tree. It's very fascinating life cycle, the fuel cell tree. Very misunderstood. Yeah, yeah. You to be forgiven for not knowing about, you know, the fuel cell tree, Nopilios. Yeah, I completely understand. I'll let you off this time. No, fuel cells don't grow on trees. You're thinking of industrial lube trees, Feral Moon TV. No, the fuel cells come from a bush. They're a legume. They're like peanuts. Yeah, it's all right. Again, I spent a lot of time in the sands with the planetologists. I know what's up. Hello, Jeanette. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. MCB, 6 whole months. Let's go indeed. Thank you so much, buddy. You are awesome. You found a sub-thief in critical state in Haga Basin. Does it take damage during the Coriolis storm? Apropos, no. The sandstorm is separate to the Coriolis storm. But, it will just be destroyed by one of the incoming sandstorms of some kind. Most likely. So you probably won't have to wait long, above. That's why League of Legumes is just 3 miles of beans. Yeah, salty beans. Nah, not a problem, above. Happy to help. Power bushes, yeah. Well, that's what the Fremen call them. Why is my carrier climbing? I want to drop the vehicle I was carrying, not to make the carrier climb. The fuel cell stalks, they harvest the fuel cells. You wouldn't take their food, would you? Right, if I recall correctly, fuel cells are right here in the middle. There we go. Look at me being a responsible base mate, going out and getting the fuel cells that we need. I'm definitely not the only one using them. Actually, I'm not the only one using them. What am I saying? Ascendio. How long until a base hasn't been logged in before people can get at it? Slithery, that depends on the storms now, because it was taxes before that would make it be destroyed. Now it's a matter of when storms take it apart. It's something that I've talked about with the devs, because ultimately I think that if a base hasn't been powered for a week, I think realistically you should be able to loot it. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're away from the game for a week with your base unpowered, so, you know, a total of about a month, if you think about it. Do I have rock wings or tier 6 wings? I think this is rock wings on this one. But you can already power your base for 21 to 30 days. So you're talking about 28 days of not being on. No, so I think that after a week, realistically now, especially, yeah, exactly, as Gloria says, now that you can back the whole base up inside a tool for free, I think that after 28 days of complete inactivity, you know, 21 days minus 7 for power, or 37, you know, 30 days minus 7 for power, I genuinely believe that the base should become lootable and everyone should be able to open the chests up. Mostly because in Dune, the whole principle is around non-waste. You're not just going to sit there and watch everything deteriorate into the sand, right? Yes, literally, that depends, because what you're waiting for there is for their sub-fief to be gone. You want the fief console needs to be destroyed before you can do anything. You hated watching bases with lots of loot decayed into nothing? Same. It's not an enjoyable experience for anyone. That's why I'm glad the base backup tool now exists. I think that was very much needed. It's a good change. Like a giant fat bee. Be a good mechanic if they can add it in and we can loot abandoned bases. I agree. It's one of the things I talked to them about. But ultimately, everything I can talk to them about 30 or 40 ideas. Doesn't mean that any of them are actually going to be put into the game. Doesn't mean they're actually worth the dev time to put in as well. Because obviously, the thing that I won't see is how much dev time each of those ideas would take. And so I pass some of these across when we have conversations. Why are we so bouncy all of a sudden? Oh my god. That was kind of horrifying. Suspension on these is great, but the speed when you have to bounce is not ideal. Whee! We're looking for more. Why do I crane my neck to look for stuff? This doesn't work. The screen, Kronos. I can now see why they have things like truck nuts and stuff as a thing, because it's just, you know, memes. Even though there are worms in the sky. Sky Halud was a problem at launch. I've not seen Sky Halud for a very long time. but the chance of Sky Halud is never zero. You respect the worm. I respect that the worms developed flight capabilities at one point and could do so again, and that's why I'm unwilling to say bad things about the worms, because they might hear me and they know that I live in the air. So using 100 durability as the base number of durability before the update, you could realistically repair guns from 0 durability with 20% loss of max 6 times before they become broken. No, because that 20% scales downwards. So I think you go to 80% max, and then you would go to 66. After that, you go down to 58 or so, 59, no, 57. I think, but after you've done about 6 repairs, then yeah, you could probably replace it, yeah. But it's not going to be at 0 by that, but it's going to be difficult to use sustainably after you've repaired it about 5 or 6 times originally. Now it's, yeah, it's I think it's more than doubled it by my math. This looks like it should go somewhere, but it doesn't. Sky Halud was a sight to see. Sky Halud filled travelers with fear. Rightfully so. I don't think any of us needed to see Sky Halud. To know that the worms are capable of such power and majesty and might was worrying, to say the least. Bless the Maker. Maximum speed. Okay, maybe less maximum speed. Nah, we're going cross country now. The buggy can take it. Okay, well that's not maximum speed, is it? Boring. I'm faster than the buggy. Thank you, Zephyr. Blessed be the Bailey. Blessed be his water. Actually, Bailey has very good water discipline. Almost too good. You can use exclamation point song, Jay. He drinks good. Bailey doesn't drink anything. He gets all of his water through food and through licking it off of plants. The song was Loved You a Little by... Loved You a Little by All Time Low and Avril Lavigne? No, that can't be right. Loved You a Little by Maine and Taking Back Sunday. That's what it is. There we go. 180, 64, 51, 44. So 33 is normally when I would stop repairing. Yeah, now it's a lot better. The new numbers are 200, 170. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily take into consideration all the things that you can get in the crafting tree as well. But yeah, I would agree with you notionally. That's definitely a thing. There we go. I've gained 20,000. Was it 20,000 fuel cells? That replaces what I used up today, which is very nice. Do this. Let's go and empty this out. That's a nice speed boost. The new crafting trees makes even more of a generous change. Exactly. Durability is almost a meme. It's, yeah, well, about things like flour, sand, and it's about, that actually means that gathering resources becomes more usable because that's a meme, so it does actually mean that potentially gathering will have its place once we've burned through the sheer backlog of resources that many of us have saved up, which is a lot. Like, a lot of us have got a huge amount of resources stockpiled because the nature of the game before was basically, you know, stockpiling simulator. There we go. We've now got a lot of fuel cells. I've done my job. I have gathered resources at an insane level so that Luther and Demnar are like, Cronus, what the fuck were you thinking? That's how I know I've done good. If Demnar and Luther, etc. are concerned and confused by the amount of resources I've gathered, I've done well. That's how that goes. In the meantime, the ads will be here in around 20... Well, they say they'll start in 25 seconds, but it's been anyone's guess with Twitch today, so... During the ads chat, as you know, get up, get some water, unscrungle yourselves, use those bones. You've got those bones for a reason. You have to use them, otherwise they're for me. If you're not going to use them, I'm going to make soup out of them. So that's on you. You need to decide whether you want to look after them or not, because otherwise I'm going to take them. Oh, Thor might have them. You don't want Thor to take your bones, do you? You want Thor to take the bones and turn them into some kind of bone horse? He'd do it. You know he'd do it. Good luck. I want that. I want that. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. We've just been gifted by what seems like bait. I'm going to be honest, that feels like bait to me. You know what the game is like. The game is full of bait. It's the devs trying to bait me into you know, dying for my loot. Let's turn around so that this will be dropped from the right location. I'm suspicious, highly suspicious. You can't wait for swatches to be able to be applied to building pieces, not just machines. That's you know what, that's good enough. I'm fine with that. That's like parking.
Reveal yourself. Get them.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Shit. Good afternoon, Bunny Mountain. How are you doing? Hello, Gerbil of Wolves. Thank you so much for that reset, buddy. You are awesome. How are you doing, Gerbil? It's great to see you. I'm really pleased that so few of you objected to the parking job that happened here. This was just good business. I think it's one of these ones, 3.9. You can't park. I definitely parked there. I can park there. That's my lawn. If I can park on my lawn, that sounds about right. Thank you again, Gerbil. Very, very kind of you, buddy. Thank you all for all the follows, all the resubs today. It's massively appreciated. You know, you guys are absolutely incredible. So thank you very much. Typical British parking job. Yeah, on the right side of the road and everything. I like that I can glide upwards now in the carrier. The upwards gliding is nice. Some of you might not like that I can glide upwards, but that's because you've not embraced the power of Spice Melange. Immaculate thermals, that's what I'm experiencing. That's what we're riding these immaculate thermals, chat. Just saying. The wings in this carrier are still remarkably intact. As you recall, the carrier is the carrier is what I would call a strategic asset, and therefore we don't do wing gamble with the carrier because we don't gamble with strategic assets. It's like you don't drop carriers and dreadnoughts on your average gate camp in Eve. It's not the done thing. Is it only for the carrier or all Ornies? But the speed increase is for all of them. All ornithopters. It's this. When I finish my barrel roll, hang on. It is this ability here. Which is very helpful. Very nice. Dropped a little bit fast there. That's a bit of bug, right? Climbing with no speed drop off. It's not necessarily a bug. It's more of an interaction between the way that they've hard-coded their speed system and their gaining height system. So theoretically, it's actually fully intended. I think that likely you'll see it balanced. That one's a feature. I think that you'll see it balanced because it is kind of ridiculous. Like, even I can admit it's ridiculous and I love it. Do this. Drop off 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck it. Got fuel, got weaponry, got repair stuff, got salvage metal, we've got tomorrow. Your time in the UK, Euro earlier, Portugal was most terrifying as far as that season drivers. Sorry, Lisbonites. Italians. That's the Italian country drivers. Actually, to be fair, some Italian city drivers. Oh, hello, Bailey. Hey. Hey, meow. What's up, little guy? What is it? You want attention and fuss and love? Look who's come to say hello to you, chat. Honestly, my basic rules for avoiding bad drivers are don't go out during rush hour, don't go out during the school run. If you follow those two rules, and like don't go out like, you know, during peak holiday season, just go when the roads are quieter and you'll generally find less idiots. That's kind of how it works out. Meow. Yeah, you agree, don't you? You're not a big fan of cars. So for those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. He's been very needy recently. He's been very cuddly. He wants his melange. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you can drive. Yeah, basically, Var, sometimes it's better to just drive at nighttime. I'm an Italian living in the UK, and even I am terrified of driving Italy. Italy is probably the one place in Europe that I've been where I'm like, actually, I don't want to drive there ever. France, fine. Switzerland, fine. Portugal could be a little bit rough. Spain, Madrid was a little bit spicy, but it wasn't actually too bad outside of Madrid. Would I drive in Italy? No. Egypt? No way. Never. Have I been inside Paris? Yes. Unfortunately, yes, I have been inside Paris. The problem is you have to, like, the capital city of any country is going to be carnage because of the nature of how many people and the fact that most of those capitals are way older than road infrastructure. So when you're judging how the driving is in a place, I generally don't tend to use the capital city as the example. Because, like, London driving sucks, but actually, if you're used to it, it's very, very doable. It's very sensible. You're okay. Yeah, you're all right, little cat. Yeah, you get distracted because I paused. The bend around the Arc de Triomphe. Yeah, the roundabout one that, like, that's awful. Like, you okay there, B? Yeah, did you get distracted? Yeah, meow. Okay, you're having it clean, but you actually want fuss. Okay, what is it? What have you been up to today? Tell us your story. What's that? You watched a bird? Oh, okay, what else? What? Oh, you had to sleep on the bed. You slept on some laundry. You slept on the desk. I know that you came and sent a message to chat earlier and disabled the song feature. You had some chicken. That doesn't sound like you. Clearly you're starved. You never had any chicken today. Yeah. You want to give me a clean, but I'm giving you a chest rubes, don't you? Yeah. A lot of American cities seem horrible to drive in. But at least your driving your cities kind of makes sense. I love walking around American cities, I'm going to be honest with you. They're great to walk, like San Diego, great to walk around because navigating the way that you do your streets is really convenient. It really kind of makes sense. It's all just squares. Blocks do make sense for walking around. But for driving, all of your intersections suck. If you walk in America, people look at you weird. Well, that's ultimately I already get funny looks. I've already got a cane. Like people are like, "What's that? You cripples? We don't have that over here in the great US of A." What do you mean you can't walk? We don't have that here. First world healthcare in the US, of course. I've got some funny looks. Zapharoth, you can't tell people that, especially TSA. Zapharoth, please stop telling TSA that I've got a knife concealed in my cane. I really like this sword. It looks real brutal. The blades are nice. Don't get me wrong, the dual blades are nice, but they're not one fat off sword. You always want a sword cane. They're basically illegal to own unless it's an antique in the UK, sadly. I don't think I need the burning blades as well as the replica pulse sword. I think I'm just going to stick with just the sword. I might leave the burning blades behind. You have a concealed umbrella gun. Well, now we know where it is, Zapharoth. Does it fire umbrellas? Is there an item for that mystery slot? Which mystery slot? There's no mystery slot. Look, very pointedly, there's no slot here anymore. It's gone. There's no slot there. It's a little square. That's a button. Boop. Boop. Boop.
Lizard.
Oh, there you go.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
That must be what it does. Who would have guessed? How weird. Maybe that's what that button does. You wouldn't be calling Thor a lizard now, would you? I still haven't seen him eat avocado, so there is that. Hi, Bailey. Yeah, what is it? Are you going under the desk? Okay, is this where you live now? Hi. Oh, that's a stretch. That's not a good stretch, Pete. That's the stretch that we're going to stop doing. Okay, thank you, yeah. Good boy. Good boy. You're so adorable. Yeah, you're so sweet, aren't you? Look at him, he just wants attention. He's protesting lack of cat game. I can see that. You want eugenics? You want me to try and breed some ultra, cat space marines? Is that the plan? CB, I really don't like it when you sit there, because you're too close to the wheel. Yeah, okay. That probably wasn't very nice for you. You just caught your whiskers backwards on my face. On my face, on my hand, on your face. You haven't seen him eat? There's a reason why Thor doesn't, eat food on stream, and it's because certain people not naming any names, would take photos of Thor while he was eating and then edit them in funny ways. Back in the old EVE Online days. So who would ever do that? Who would? I have no idea who would possibly do that. Mystery. To this day, it's a mystery. Legend says it might have been the person who also named Thor-chan, but hey, we'll find out. It definitely wasn't. That was... Hello, yes, you are just such a fusspot. All he wants is a cuddle. That's what he's asking for. He's basically trying to convince me to come to the sofa, aren't you? You want a cuddle, don't you? Yeah. Meh. Hello. Hi. It used to be called Thor posting, and I was like, why are we not calling this Thor-chan? And he was like, oh. And the community was like, oh. This is when there was like 200 people, though. It was many, many years ago. Okay, well, we keep on getting disconnected from Dune anyway, so we might actually switch to Meowgenics, but I'm going to pet the cat. You a sweet baby boy. Look at the little baby. Your cat always asks for bathroom time. You mean he asked you to be let out, or he asked you to go into your bathroom? Are you looking up at me? Who's a good boy? You quietly disassociating, is that the plan? What are we doing, baby boy? Let's do a verify integrity of the game cache as well. We're doing this. Bear with me while we're doing this. We'll just go to a much larger cat cam. How about that? How's that for everyone? Does that work for you guys? Does that? Yeah, is okay. Hi, I thought you were getting comfy. Yeah, you're adorable, aren't you? Blink twice if there's a bear threatening me. Just frantically start blinking. Why would you ask me if... Unless it's the kind of bear that understands human speech, Zapharoth, I'm very confused. Hi. Yeah. Meow. Okay, you're going under the desk, are you? Yeah, and then you're gonna come back out. Yeah, hi. Look at this little baby. He's so small. Let's do this. This is very pendulum. You can tell from the lines in the middle. The chorus, that's how I see it. Hi, B. Yeah. Oh, you're you, aren't you? No files were missing for Dune, so that definitely wasn't the problem. Oh, you're so adorable. You want attention still. Okay. His fur looks shiny. I'm glad he has a nice home. Thank you, Enodia. Yeah, I take quite a lot of effort to look after his diet and make sure he's healthy. I need to give him a brush. He's probably what he's asking for today is likely that he wants chicken while I give him a brushy brush. That's the plan. Did you see him looking at the brush then? You're thinking about having a clean, aren't you? Oh, he saw something and he's leaving. Whoa. Does Bailey like tube treat? He does. He likes chicken tube treat. Mostly because it contains the word chicken. He did. Oh, yeah, he did react to brushy brush. He does. He knows what it is. He's very smart like that. Do this to start these updates going. I'm just seeing if Dune needs anything. How are my drivers? Can't be drivers. My drivers are all fine and up to date, so it's not drivers. It might actually just be a problem with Dune. He looks very well for 16. Thank you. Yeah, I've taken quite a lot of care to make sure his health was brought up. Because when we moved into this house, he was living in the garden. He was really, really overweight. Really unhealthily overweight. He was just so lethargic all day, every day, that when we started feeding him more regularly, he was being fed by 4 or 5 different houses. So like I can see why that happened. I got his diet sorted. He's now. I think half the problem was that the people who were feeding him didn't know how old he was, so they were just giving him like cat food for like a 1-year-old cat. The problem is that he was at that point he would have been. At that point he would have been 13. So he needs senior cat food. Like he needs to have food that's fit for his age, not kitten food. Otherwise he just puts on loads of fat. So he was 6.5 kilograms, just under 6.3 kilograms. Now he is 4.3, which is the right amount. So he's really a lot healthier now. He's the perfect weight for his size, according to the vets. He's very, very happy. Eyes are bright, teeth are good. Everything's very happy. He's obviously, as you probably noticed from his shape, he's actually got quite a large benign cyst on one side of him. So on his right shoulder, you'll likely notice there's kind of a bulge on his fur. That's a benign cyst below his skin. And basically the vet said that it was more likely that he would pass away because of the tension from surgery, from having it removed, than it would be just leaving it because it's not bothering him at all. It's just because he's a very elderly cat. Yeah, exactly. He is 16 now. So there's an awful lot there. Give me 1 second. I just need to check something on Discord. This one. Oh, Romeo, it's been that way and unchanged since he was 14 years old. Sorry, no, not since 14. Sorry, it's been since a year before I met him. So since he was 12. So that's been like the way it's been that way for 4 years and hasn't got any larger, hasn't changed sides. Have I considered a companion cat? Is he a loner? He's a loner. He likes humans. He doesn't like other cats very much. And ultimately, I wouldn't want to. He's happy in the house as he is with us here. at least one of us is in pretty much 24/7, which is really nice for him. And so I wouldn't want to change that for him because I think that would be a bit disruptive. I think he's very happy with the way that things are now and therefore isn't too worried about, having another cat around. Whereas obviously in his previous house, the problem was that he left because there were 2 dogs added. Now, obviously getting a kitten and getting a dog, very different. But I just don't think he needs the stress and the pressure. And it's not something I would want to do to him at this point. He's 16. I'm just going to... I know it's going to be really difficult when something happens. And I don't know if that'll be tomorrow or it'll be 5 years from now. But ultimately, my goal is to give him the best possible life I can while he's still with us. And at the very least, I've already given him a couple of extra years because I'm not sure he would have made it through the winter when we moved here because he was so overweight but didn't really have anywhere he could go safely other than, a house where he wasn't happy and there was a large dog there. So, I don't know. That's my goal with him. And I know that he won't be around forever. And I know that every day that I am lucky enough to have him is something I should just celebrate and be happy for. So, he already has a companion cat. He's streaming now. Fuck's sake, Freya. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. But yeah, I love that cat. Like I said, I'll do anything for him. So he's my baby boy. He's my lovable son. It's a whole thing. Okay, well, I am going to go and raid out because I've been live for 7.5 hours. I want to go and give Bailey a brushy brush, look after him, and just kind of spend some time with him. So we are actually going to raid out. I'm going to raid a good friend of mine who is playing Mugenics, which obviously I know did quite well in the vote earlier. So let me grab the raid command. Flash raid. We are going to raid my good friend Admiral Baru, who some of you will know. They'll give you guys a raid message. We'll do this. This is the raid message. We're going to go with this isn't OSHA compliant. This is not OSHA compliant. What's going on with those cats is not OSHA compliant. Someone will be very upset. Thank you all very much for being here. I really appreciate you. I will be back tomorrow if all things go as planned. Hope that you enjoy the raid. Say hi to Baru. Baru's an absolutely wonderful streamer. Is really, really good at roguelites and a lot of the games of its type. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate all the follows, all the support, all of the subs earlier today. You guys are absolutely incredible. Have a lovely evening, and I will see you soon. Take it easy, Twitch. Bye-bye. Bye. Thank you, everybody over on YouTube. Appreciate